Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, first of all. My name is Elson. We are truly honored to stand before you today as your MC for this event, the Student Accommodation Summit, the 4 Cs: care, communication, comfort, and cultural understanding.
This event, organized by the Purple House, or TPH, has brought us together to explore and champion the essential aspect of student accommodation. For the TPH, we are grateful for the support of our esteemed partners, including the Association of College and University Housing Officers International, ACOHOR, the Asia Pacific Student Accommodation Association, APSA, and the Education Association between Malaysia and China, EMC.
Before we proceed, please give a round of applause to our generous sponsors whose contributions made this Student Accommodation Summit possible. SpaceBasic, which is our gold sponsor. You could see their booklets on your table. Sunway House Student Residences, Tips, Popbox, Happy Wash, Prima Rakan, HB Ong Architect, and Nisham Electrical. Your support is deeply appreciated, and we are excited to have you as part of this meaningful journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for this significant occasion. We were initially honored to have Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Sazili Shahibi, the chairman of the University Housing Council of Malaysia, Majlis Perumahan Universiti Malaysia, MAPUM, to deliver the opening remarks. However, due to the unforeseen circumstances, Professor is unable to be with us today. Instead, we have Encik Amiza Muhammad Amin here as the representative of Professor, who is also a member of MAPUM, to share his knowledge about student housing in Malaysia. Please welcome.
I have to wear glass first. It's okay. Thank you, MCs. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests. I have the honor of extending the warm regards and sincere greetings from the Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Shazli Shahibi, the President of MAPUM, or Pengurusi of MAPUM, who regrettably could not be with us today due to university commitments. Nonetheless, it is my privilege to read his message on his behalf. By the way, I'm Amiza Muhammad Amin from the Pusat Residency and Hospitality Plaza, UITM. Okay. As the representative of Malaysia University Housing Council, or MAPUM, at the Student Accommodation Summit 2023, I am deeply honored to address you today. This event stands a milestone in our commitment to excellence in student accommodation services. Today, we gather here to celebrate a remarkable occasion, the inception of an event that stands as a beacon of progress in the realm of student accommodation. This event marks a significant milestone on that bears the distinction of being the first of its kind, the first one, to bring together student accommodation professionals from public and private universities in Malaysia. Before we dive deeper to the possibilities that lie ahead, allow me to offer a brief overview of the Malaysian University Housing Council, or MAPUM. MAPUM's mission is clear crystal: to champion excellence in university housing and accommodation services, serving as a driving force. MAPUM plays an indispensable role in setting standards, advocating the policies, and conducting research to enhance the living experience for students across Malaysia. MAPOM has, over the years, painstakingly developed a wealth of policies, conducted pioneering research, and produced insightful papers, all of which possess the potential to benefit not only public university, but also our private counterparts. These resources include comprehensive guidelines on sustainable housing practices, stringent safety and security protocols, and also pragmatic accommodation management strategies. The beauty of MAPOM work lies in its universal applicability and its capacity to serve as a wellspring of shared knowledge and best practices within our industry. This event marks a historic moment as public and private universities come together to address a common goal, providing the best possible accommodation for our students. The collaboration sets the stage for a new era of cooperation. Student accommodation is a universal concern. Public and private institutions both share the responsibility of ensuring their students have safe, comfortable, and supportive living environments. Collaboration leverages collective expertise to meet this shared responsibility. Collaboration enables the pooling of resources, both financially and intellectually. Together, we can invest in improving infrastructure, services, and amenities that benefit all the students. The quality of student accommodation plays a pivotal role in the overall student experience. By working together, we can make significant strides in improving the quality of life for our students. Sharing best practices and resources allow for cost-effective solutions. Public and private institutions can collectively explore more efficient ways to manage and maintain student accommodations. Collaboration also opens doors for research partnerships and innovation in student housing. Joint research projects can drive innovation in sustainability, technology integration, and safety protocols. By collaborating, we can establish benchmarks, standards for student accommodation services. This ensures that all institutions, regardless of their public or private status, meet certain quality benchmarks. Public and private universities often serve diverse student populations. Collaboration allows for the accommodation that cater to different needs and preferences, fostering inclusivity. A collaborative approach fosters a stronger network within the higher education community. This network can be a valuable source of support and knowledge sharing. This collaboration also is not just about the present, but also about shaping a brighter future for the students. By working together, we can provide them with accommodations that enhance their academic journey. As we convene at the Student Accommodation Summit 2023, it is with great hope that we regard this event as merely the inception of the journey that holds a student accommodation. This collaboration, we believe, can redefine the landscape of student housing with far-reaching implications for the quality of life and academic experience for our students. Moreover, through this event, we envision the possibility of benchmarking between public and private universities in terms of student accommodation services. Together, we can work to establish industry standards and share invaluable insights for continuous improvement. And this collaboration transcends competition. It's about raising the bar collectively for betterment of our students. Finally, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of this event, the Purple House, the Purple House, okay, TPH, for their unwavering commitment to fostering this dialogue between public and private universities. Their enthusiasm and dedication lay the foundation for a future where we harness our collective expertise to provide the most exceptional accommodations for the students. As we come together, it is essential to recognize the myriad opportunities that await us, opportunities for public and private universities to work in concert on initiatives related to student accommodation. These opportunities include knowledge exchange program, collaborative research endeavors, and the sharing of resources, such as best practices manuals. In Unity, we can tackle challenges, nurture innovation, and enrich the lives of our students. In closing, I want to express profound gratitude to all attendees, particularly those who have traveled great distances to be here today. Your commitment to improving the student living experience is inspiring. I implore each one of you to actively participate, engage in thoughtful dialogue, collaborate fervently throughout this event. Together, we are poised to embark on a journey that holds the potential to redefine the very essence of student accommodation. Let us begin this remarkable journey of collaboration excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Encik Amizar, for your inspiring opening remarks. To show our appreciation, let's have Daniel Lee, our TPH Strategic Director, present a token of appreciation. Thank you. Next, we have a special message from Mary Denior, CEO of the Association of College and University Housing Officers International, ACOHOI. ACOHOI, with over 17,000 members worldwide, is instrumental in improving student living environment. Now, let's hear from Mary Denior.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Columbus, Ohio in the United States. First and foremost, I want to extend our warmest congratulations to the organizer of this fantastic Student Accommodation Summit, the Purple House. Their unwavering dedication and hard work have brought together around 50 housing professionals from both public and private colleges and universities. It's truly a remarkable achievement. Now, let me take a moment to introduce ACOHOI. We are the Association of College and University Housing Officers International. We are immensely proud to be here today as your event sponsor, supporting this gathering of some of the brightest minds in the field of student accommodations. At ACOHOI, our mission is to continuously optimize on-campus student living environments. We're home to more than 17,000 professionals worldwide. Collectively, we serve about 3.2 million on-campus students. Our organization is dedicated to providing valuable resources, research, and insights to enhance the student housing experience. We firmly believe that campus housing and resident life play a pivotal role in shaping the success of higher education institutions. Campus housing influences student recruitment, retention, growth, and academic achievement. Our research-backed data and resources demonstrate how investing in supportive housing environments can positively impact your institution's reputation and overall success. As an ACUI member, just like the Purple House, all the professionals on your campus, including faculty, have access to a wealth of resources when you become a member. Through our digital channels, live events, and publications, you can tailor your own learning experiences and stay up to date with the latest trends and innovations in the field. In conclusion, I want to thank you all for being a part of this remarkable gathering. The knowledge sharing and connections forged here today will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the student accommodation industry and on you as a professional. Once again, kudos to the Purple House for their outstanding efforts in bringing us together. I look forward to collaborating with you and your institutions to enhance student living experience and to contribute to the success of higher education around the world. I hope that we connect soon, and I also hope that you can join us in June 2024 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, home to Harley-Davidson, for the ACUI annual conference called Campus Home Live. Thank you for your time, and let's make this an incredible event.
Thank you everyone for joining us to hear Mary Dinero's insightful message. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our panel discussion, we want to encourage your active participation. We value your questions and feedback. Please take a moment to scan the QR code on the screen to send in your questions and feedback. We'll be reading them out during the session, and you can also ask questions in real time. Your engagement is highly appreciated. Let's make this panel discussion interactive and insightful. Our moderator for this session is T. Ching Hin, a manager of student community at Sunway Education Group. T brings valuable experience and knowledge to the table. Without delay, I'll hand it over to T, who will introduce our panelists and discuss creating a culture of care.
Hi, good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I hope you had an adventurous tour just now. Did you enjoy the tour? All right, okay, cool. It's something similar to your hostel, right? It's just different locations and perhaps different pricing. All right, now, of course, very good morning to everyone. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer, the Purple House, who are also my bosses, for organizing this event, for getting all of us together to exchange ideas and most importantly, to network with one another. Now, before I start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is T. I'm from student community in Sunway House Student Residences. It was previously known as Sunway Education Group Residences. Now, I've been here for 5 years, dealing with students, looking into their mental health, their student activities, and of course, most importantly, the well-being and of course, the welfare of our students. Now, before I joined Sunway, I was with Taylor's. My previous boss was here as well as Mr. Leonard. Was working with him on the Student Affairs Department as well. Funny thing, my previous boss is here today. My current bosses is here today. So I'm looking forward for my future boss, yeah? All right, now I would like to, enough of me. Perhaps I can invite our panelists to come and join us for these discussions. A very interesting topic this morning, creating a culture of care. I think the very reason we are in student housing is because we care. We care for students, of course, we care for their well-being and of course their experiences, during their study in the campus. Now, first off, can I invite Mr. Saravanan Muthia to the stage? Come. Come, you can take a seat, yo. All right, Mr. Sarawanan Mutia, he's currently a Senior Director for Center for Student Experience under Student Affairs Divisions, University Technology Petronas. Now, under him, he has about 6 residences that he's taking care of about 6,000 beds. Now, he has 20 years of working experience in education industry. He started off as a lecturer for the marketing and management and entrepreneurship. And after about 5 years, he moved to the management role. Now, starting to handle student affairs, currently his portfolio covers range of student welfare, which include residential counseling, day-to-day welfare, financial support, and others. Other than that, he's also managing process re-engineering, automation, and digitalization of initiatives, feedback management, and sustainability with the help and support from other key departments in the University Technology of Petronas. Now, UTP is his 3rd educational institutions. Now, can we give a round of applause for him? Our second panelist, if I can invite, okay, he has a very long name. Lieutenant Colonel Technologies Professor Dr. Can we invite him first? Yeah. Okay. Right. Lieutenant Colonel Technologies Professional Dr. Shariza Nasri. This is a very long name. Can I call you Dr. Shariza? Dr. Shah. All right. Dr. Shah, he's currently a principal USM Restu Residential College with about 2,000 beds. He joined USM Penang since 2000. And in 2004, he moved to residential college, and currently he's with residential college for about 19 years. In terms of his experience, he was a head of section, Strategy Management Center for Knowledge in USM. He was also a deputy commandant, and then principal USM Restu Student Residential College. Now, his recognitions. Okay, Agents Associate Professor, DRB HICOM University of Automotive, Malaysia. He also was a Defense Diplomacy Scholars, University of Cranfield and Defense Academy of the United Kingdom. He is also a verified instructor, the Walton School, University of Pennsylvania. Dean's List Academic Sessions 2019 and 2020, USM Graduate School of Business. And also he achieved Pingat Jasa Kebaitan for the state of Penang and Pingat Kebaktian for the Federations of Malaysia. Welcome, Dr. Shah. Now, last but not least is a lady, Puan Zuraini from UITM. Right. Can we give her a warm round of applause? All right, Puan Zuraini, she's currently a Senior Assistant Registrar in Institutions of Postgrad Studies at the University Technology Mara. She has been working with international students for about 8 years. Currently, she is working as a staff residential college for international students, graduated in Bachelor of International Affairs Management with honors, University Utara Malaysia, and she recently just completed Master in International Relations and Diplomacy, UITM, and her scope in international affairs is mainly about the welfare and well-being of international students during their stay in the residential college. Can we give her a warm welcome? All right, now before we begin our discussions, I would try to remind audience that if you have any questions, just jot it down. If not, you can post it up in the Google form and we will discuss your questions towards the end of our sessions. Right, our topic for today, like I said, it's quite an interesting topic, and this is the very main reason we are all here, creating a culture of care. Now, creating a culture of care in the student hostel is essential for promoting a positive and supportive living environment. A hostel is not a place for students to sleep. It is a community where students from diverse backgrounds come together. Now, fostering a culture of care helps create a sense of belongings, safety, and well-being among the residents. Ultimately, of course, to enhance their student experience. Now, with that, I'll proceed to sit first. All right, this is going to be like a casual discussions for us to exchange ideas and, of course, different practice from your universities. Now, what does, can we have the next slide, please? Oh yeah, to the very basic of our discussions, culture of care. Now, what does a culture of care mean in the context of student hostel, and why is it important to establish such a culture of care in the student housing? Now, can we have Mr. Saravanan to address that?
Hi everyone, good morning. Okay, thank you for joining us today. Okay, so I think what happened is that those days, hostel is just merely to just put students there. They come to study, they are far away from their house, they just need a place to sleep and hang around between classes and so on. But I think as we see how education is moving, not just by providing knowledge, but providing or developing humans who's gonna go out there and make the world more livable, I would say. So the role of universities has been amplified. So you are not just providing knowledge in classrooms, but outside as well. And I think students spend more time in their hostels or the residential villages compared to their classroom itself. So how do we create that kind of environment that actually motivates them to further develop themselves and also help the others who are in the same co-living area to develop themselves as well? And for that, the university's role is not just by providing simple room, bed, a clean bathroom and all that, but it's also the element of care comes in. How do we journey together with them in order to develop them as the human that we want them to go out, that skills and so on. So that will be my take on it. So maybe I can pass over to my friends here who want to top up anything.
Thank you, Mr. Saravanan. On my part, the top-ups, yes, different words, different perspective. In University of Science Malaysia, in my campus in Penang, which consists of others campus also from Kelantan and also Nebun Tebal, Bertam. So nature of care will be different because who should we care? In USM alone, we do have 32,000 registered students, active students. Consists of postgraduate and undergraduates. On my college itself, the combination of the group, the postgraduate also there for the international. For the undergraduate is more the largest group in my college, resident college, which consists of local and also international. So the keywords for them, to complete Mr. Saravanan, we need to achieve the graduate on time, which that is more on the academic, and also to achieve the graduate employability, which that is the nature of care. We cover two scopes, the developments and also affairs, student development and student affairs. The development side is, thank you Sally, the Purple House sharing same philosophy. In order to provide the affair, we focus more on the development. So as a principal in my college, we combine both as an ecosystem, as a nature of our care. The affair, yes, we do have a unit or department who are full-time on there. So my role is to collaborate that the service already there, then we bring it along to our college. But the biggest role is development, student development. So yes, students are living in the student accommodation is the largest group in the campus. So the program itself must be there. So the third keyword is yes, the graduate employability. Plus, we do have my continuous student development. That is the second transcript other than academic transcript. So all the activities, whether it is a cultural, sports, debates, volunteerism, will be recorded as a their transcript so that they can show to the future employers or their achievement other than academic. So that is a part of the ecosystem in the USM. And of course, as in student accommodation college, that is the what we so called the participations, so that students can develop themselves during their studies, and that will impact on the graduate employability. I think that's hopefully covered all sessions. I pass on to my colleague.
Thank you to Dr. Shahrizal and also Mr. Saravanan for their welcoming discussion. Ms. Raini, I think the keyword from the Mr. Saravanan and also Dr. Shahrizal is about environment and also ecosystem. So it's actually ecosystem and environment that comforts them while they are staying in their residential room or their well-being during their studies along the way for their education journey. That is the culture of care during the student hotel context. It's very important for us to know that they are very comfort with the current of their well-being. That is very important.
All right, thank you guys. Now, of course, as mentioned by our panelists, creating culture of care, just summarize it, it's not only for their professional development, but of course, in terms of their social development as well. Now, we know that we need to care about our students, but when should we actually care, and when do we stop caring them?
Okay, this is a tough question, because you see, humans, we as staff, as far as from my experience of about 20 years being in universities, the understanding of care and holding hand. A lot of people think that when you care means you hold hand. From day one, they come into the setting of the university until they graduate. But I think end of the day, everyone has to be very clear what is the philosophy of the university itself. Because that will tell you when to hold, when to let go, when to hold back. It's not about you let go and you let go them just like that, okay? So I think when we say that when we should care, I think the early years are very important, especially if you have students who are coming in for diploma or foundation and things like that, where this is their first level transition into the university life. So you need to hold them a bit more, especially if you talk about current setting, especially after pandemic. A lot of students, like, we have students who have done homeschooling all the while, never seen people, never engaged with people. Parents are always working from home as well. So the only world they have is the parents and their siblings then, that's it. And now you go and stay with somebody else. You need to share your room, share your toilet, people from different background, culture and whatever not. So the early part is very important. But again, understanding how much of self-development you want the students to go through, you have to let them go at a certain point. Empower them to make decisions, to talk, to ask for support and things like that. Not just by doing everything like, you provide every single thing for them. Then it's going to be tough. And then to answer the last one, who should we care? I think everybody needs care, but the different spectrum has to be there, from the highest to the lowest. So yeah, that's how I will see it.
Okay. Now, I understand from what Mr. Saravanan has said, so the early care is important. So when students started to transition from, to the university life, to the hostel life is essential, yeah? Would you agree with that, Dr. Shah?
Yes, thanks, Mr. T. Yes, I agree. So first of all, the different spectrum and what's it called, the threshold for the hand holdings. So in my view, it's important for us as university staff and also particularly on the student and development affair is to empower them. They need to, what we are doing is we bring along the support system. We are not only the sole provider to solve their problems. Many cases is different according to the person. In conclusion, I agree with Mr. Saravanan on his case. In USM, to emphasize the statement, I would say we empower in what the peribahasa memberi pancing, giving the fish rod instead giving them a fish. So we need to move paradigm from giving a fish, which is a full assistant, but we empower them by providing a support system so that they can be the survivor of the problems, to solve the problem. I think that is to conclude and emphasize on what you are asking for. Thank you.
From my perspective, when do you care is actually when they see you in the website, your face, your numbers, your email, they will get in touch you. So I will give you an analogy. You are a stranger in a strange land and you need some assistance. Who do you ask for and who do you need for assistance? Rather than the person that maybe you see from the website, maybe from the WhatsApp business or from the WhatsApp number. So you may be the first person that he or she or the student itself contact you. Maybe not he or she, maybe the parent itself, maybe the friends that contact on behalf of the student. So it's not necessarily that the first moment that he or she or the student reach you, you need to care at the moment, at that time. So that is very important. You should care at that very moment.
Right, so if anyone wants their number, just look up from the website. Right. Now, let's talk about something more interesting. Okay, students' struggles. Now, as you all know, in your years of working experience in the residential settings, what are some of the common biggest students' problems staying in the residence, and how does your housing handle them?
I will let.
Sure.
Then you will top it up.
Okay.
Okay. My biggest problem will be the fund, actually, because University Teknologi Mara is actually the largest university in Malaysia. We do have 34 campuses. So it's not easy, even though you have the huge budget, but for the budget of the Crystal is very not enough actually for us to sustain and maintain actually. However, another key factors for these common problems is actually the stereotype of the people. People do not know that, oh, you actually handle student, international student. So we need to get some recognition. We need to have the international student to get the experience doing the program anak angkat, adoption family, so that they know, oh, UiTM have international students, we are recognize them, they are study here, they are actually part of UiTM student. That not only stereotype of the people of the community, but also inside of the university itself. So we must understand that they are also part of us. They are actually can be friends, can be our sister, brothers. They are alone here, especially the students. They need our care, they need our comfort, they need our understanding, they need our communication. Most of them might be not have the English proficiency. Maybe they have what we call in Malay, ayam and itik is talking between each other. But however, we are trying as our possible way to communicate with them in order for them and us to understand what is the real reason for them to feel comfortable staying in Malaysia, not only in university, but also staying in Malaysia. Because there always a stereotype among the international students, having a difficulty with the visa, having difficulty with the EMGS, having difficulty with the immigration. It's also part of the stereotype and bureaucracy that happening here in Malaysia. Not to say about others. Okay, next.
Right, Dr. Shah. Now, how about USM? What are your the common student struggles in your institutions or residence?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steve, you giving me the scope. So the student struggles based on USM. So before I explain the struggles, the student itself, as mentioned, previously USM entry is only, for undergraduate is only on from UPU, which that is central by the universities. And most of the UPU, they get in USM by merit, yeah, by competing others, then they are the top 6,000 out of 300,000 applicants. Other than that, we do have the other group, the T20 group, is known as the USM +1. USM +1, they enter the USM by passing up the threshold for the qualification. They are not compete with the UPU applicants. The recent entry is a Sulong. Sulong is actually, they are not applied to SM, but the governments, the ministries recognize the achievement in academics, but because of their socioeconomy, they can't afford to enter any universities because of the socioeconomy. They are top, the B1 of B40. So the nature of the students, so the struggles different. So the top 20 USM +1, they do have a perception, expectations to the university, especially on the student accommodations, whether the accommodation itself is sometimes not up to their house or room. While on the UPU itself, most of 60% of the student is from a B40. For them, student accommodation is comfort for them, so they are accepted on that. While on the Sulong, of course, the student accommodation is some sort of heaven to them because it's not similar to their house. So the struggle can put on, that is on the student accommodation. The way they're living, of course, the cost of living. USM is Penang, in Penang, for main campus. But for those in Kelantan and also Nibun Tebal, the cost of living is different. So what I'm saying here, we have a different type of struggles in different campuses. And also differences struggle according to the spectrum of their background, socioeconomic background. The third struggle, yes, communications. For those who came from East Coast, Pantai Timur, they come up to Penang. They do have most of the Penangian and also in the campus speaking in English and Malays, a proper Malays, bahasa Malaysia. They're speaking some sort of different, and of course that is not. The lifestyle also different based on the spectrum. Of course, in Penang, when you came from the village, East Coast especially, they have a cultural shocks. Combine those, of course, we also discussed this after on the mental health. I think that we'll cover next. So that what I'm saying is different student background have a different struggle. That's all. Thank you.
Right. Then of course you apply different strategy to address them accordingly, right? Now about mental health well-being. Now I think MOH released an article. I think last year or the year before that. 1 out of 10 students in 2011 suffers from mental health, be it stress or anxiety. Now 5 years later, in 2016, the numbers double. So now about mental health, Mr. Saravanan, since it has become a significant concern about the students recent years, what are your thoughts and how does your housing handle this?
Okay, thank you, T. Just before going into the mental health, I just want to share a point on the student struggle. I think most of the time we see the adjustment issues of students as their struggle point. But I think one of the challenges that I personally have seen across 3 or 4 universities that I've worked with is also sometimes it comes from the staff side. Because you see earlier, the staff's perception is that I provide, you just stay. There's not much of concern in terms of what the students are looking for. But now when you see, because of the student background, nature and whatever not, their needs and demands are changing. So whether the staff are ready to progress, the way they think, the way they see that I need to support the student in certain areas, like what Puan Zuraini mentioned just now, the first point of contact and all that. Because when I go for a support and the basic support is not in place, that becomes a struggle for them. We're not saying that you have to provide everything, but there are basic things that needs to be in place. Because when that is not there, that will potentially lead to the mental health already. Because like what we know, at university level, the students don't develop a mental health conditions there. Normally they already come in with one. It's just matter of trigger points only. Okay, your exams can be a trigger point, relationship breakdown can be a trigger point. And to a surprise, most of the cases we see now is due to parents' divorce. Very high contributing rate. When you find out, surely got family issue. And so a lot of things are contributing to the trigger. Results release day is a trigger. You know, every time government says that the food price is going to go up, it's a trigger for them, especially when you have more B40s in campus. So a lot of such things can be a trigger. So how do we manage it? Because at entry point, almost 0% of our students actually disclose their condition. You will tell me, you can go all out to ask them. You say, by knowing this, we can provide you better support, and whatever not. But for them, no, I'm not going to tell you because you're going to stereotype already. You're going to brand me already. So they are always worried about sharing that. But and then again, later, it comes back to the university to come up with a mechanism of identifying students with such issues. So if your staff are good, you know, they are given that kind of skill to identify what are the initial stages, symptoms and whatever not, then you're a bit safe. But if not, it's going to be tough. Because you tell me your university, how many counselors do you have? I think we are still, Lembaga is still sticking to those days ratio of about 1,500 students to one counselor. I think until now that has not been changed. But I tell you, even 500 to one counselor is a huge challenge nowadays. Because the type of cases our students are bringing on board, it's tough. Your regular counselors are unable to manage a lot of cases already. Now, I know most of universities are bringing in psychologists into their team because that kind of cases are being seen. So mental health is a real issue. And it becomes even more challenging for hostel management because most of the time the students are in your hostel. And most of the time the trigger point happens when they are in the hostel and you know, late night, early morning, study time and things like that. So imagine the pressure is on the residential village team to keep monitoring, checking. And most of our hostels now are high-rise. Right or not? It's no more those days punya, just 2 floors and things like that. 2 floors, 3 floors, you jump still okay. Patah kaki, patah tangan only. But now when you have high floors, you have to have bigger concerns like is your building safe enough or not? So I think the challenge is just getting harder and harder. And you know, you cannot eliminate and you say that, oh, my aim is to make it 0% of mental health. It's impossible. If you can do that, I want to come and learn from you. Okay? So yeah, that will be the constant challenge the residential village team is going to face. And it's not easy.
All right, how about Puan Zuraini? Do you have a lot of mental health cases in ITM?
I think before this, we do not dwell into the issue of the mental health before this. But it's more appear and promising after the COVID-19 and maybe pandemic. All people are trapped, especially the student. Some of them are quarantined for almost 10 days in their own room. Touchdown from the airport, I was the authorized person that have to make the clearance at either at airport or at the quarantine place. And then I have to bring the student back to the residential college. And then we have to cater all the foods. At that time, at the moment, the mental health is okay. However, gradually, the mental health of the students while along the way, during the 2021 until 2022, we can see that they are having difficulties from online to physical, from physical to online classes. It was very hard for them actually, especially for the student. They are very difficult to understand and to adapt such a very drastic time from physical classes to online classes to back to physical again. So it's not easy for them to adapt. It was very hard to transit from that kind of mode of studies. So mental health is actually appear also in my area as well, in my hostel, in my college. However, I'm not a certified counselor, I'm not a certified psychologist, but I do learn a little bit through communication with information. From communication with information, then we provide them with a good, accurate information so that they understand who they need to get support, who they need to get the assistance, whether they get a fully support from us. It's very important they have their support from us. Next.
Right, yeah, how about Dr. Shah? In USM, do y'all have any initiatives or programs to help students with mental health?
Thank you, Mr. Stee. To complement others, the implementation to provide. First of all, of course, all of the university have the counseling unit, also have a health center or clinic. And on the other part, for a Muslim, is Islamic center to handle the spiritual incidents. So in previous post-COVID, for the spiritual is common for my college because we are living in nearby the jungle. It's a urban area in nearby jungle. So many hysteria case, of course, is we can relate from the mental health and the spirituals coming in. Third is on the condition itself. So I agree, most of the students never disclose their condition, especially medical conditions. In my experience, I do have a director of a health center provide me the informations. 25 students been treated on psychiatrists. But I believe on the evaluation of the directors, the condition of the student, they can live in my accommodation. My accommodation is high rise, 10 floors, together with my friends. So on the occasions of the incident, the worst case, I don't want to disclose, but you can Google it, the incidents. I do have a suicide case last year. Before that, my colleague, college, they do have a fall down. But whether we classify it as a spiritual case or mental case, until we cannot decide. It's happened. That is what in the newspaper. On day-to-day, weekly, I do have every day incident in my college. So, like I say on previous first, I bring along the ecosystem to my college. So, the implementation, I cannot bring the counselor because my college is 2,000. One counselor cannot handle 2,000. So, the counselor initiative, what we call a sahabat or mentee, a mentor-mentee system. My students, my residents do come volunteer to be a mentor. They train as mentor. Then the mentee is on the resident itself. The different approach I bring along is every incident I do have 2 intern counselors who are doing intern in counseling unit, but they're living in my college. I have to. They are full-time to support me. Every incident happen, they do some assessment for the mental health. And they do also provide a training, what we call, for the medical, they call first aid training. So on the mental health, our council, student council also, exposed to attend the first aid responder on mental health. So that every incident, we need to assess whether it is a medical or health issues or mental issue. So that is what a system or the SOP we put in the student accommodations, so that anything happens, we can act quickly. That is on the when this happens. How about on the mencegah, to avoid, to prevent? So the student development program is very important, so that we minimize the mental health issue. They probably just to join the program, but during that program, actually my intern, on the counselor intern, do some assessment, whether they realize or not, so that we can identify and do some preventions or interventions before they move on to create a problem of the incident. That's all. Thank you.
Right. Okay. I just want to add on one thing. Like what Tuan said just now, some of us may have seen suicidal cases. Okay? I've personally handled 4 cases throughout my 18 years of experience. Okay? If you have not seen one, you are super lucky. That's what I would say. Pray you don't want to see a case, whether it's fall down from building or strangle, and whatever not. Because why, one thing is managing the case itself, because nowadays everyone walks around with a phone, and you may not be the first person who sees that something has happened, because normally you'll get a call. The roommate or the housemate or somebody will tell this has happened. And before you reach the spot, especially if you have a big campuses, before you reach or the security people reach, somebody would have snapped a photo, recorded a video and things like that. Things can go viral very fast. So it's not only managing that incident, it's also managing the PR damage that's going to come in. I know a few years back, Taylor's had one of the worst nightmare. There was a huge conference was going on, and right next to it, a student jumped off. Imagine the whole campus was full with international delegates and everything, and it happened there. And I really salute the person who managed it, because it's not easy. And as you know, there's a lot of suicide people walking around with suicidal thoughts. Should I do or not? Should I do or not? The moment they hear somebody has successfully done it, immediately it gives them assurance, I can do it. So that's going to be another mushrooming effect within your campus. So there are a lot of things need to be in place. So how much the counseling team, as well as the corporate comm team or your branding team, is actually ready to support the entire thing. Some of us may have not looked into it yet, but my suggestion is to go back and see it, even if you have not had any cases. I tell you, you don't want to manage a case. That's how serious it can be. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Now, how about parents? You mentioned a few times that you have to work with parents. How much parents involvement in your student housing, Puan Surat?
Okay, actually, not so many involvement of the parents, because my students are quite diverse, especially the international student, which range for the summer exchange program and also full-time postgraduate program. Some of them are already 20 years and above, so they are already adult. Some of them may be not matured enough, but communication with the parents, I think, is quite okay. And I even talk with the spouse as well, because the husband lock himself in the room and do not answer the phone. So the wife call me instead, because worried what happened to the husband. So I have to go to the 8th floor to knock the door and see what happened actually to the husband. So until to that extent, not only involve parents, but it's only involved the spouse as well. Luckily, there's only one husband inside, no others inside the house. Or else there was another case for me to bring up as well during that night. Okay, next.
Yeah, do parents call your institutions a lot to ask for the children?
Okay, I thought the question is more the platform for some sort of parent-teacher associations. But for USMs, the parent involvement is unofficially, no platform for the parents and so on. But we do have a policy for the different capable students, which that's OKU students. They are different college from me. But since the incident of the suicide case, last year is not the first time. That is caused the death. But I do have 3 attempt suicide, which that involving high-rise. They still need a decision, which that involve a parent. So the parent call one of the officers. Then the officer is counselor. The counselors call me to intervene the situation. So the platform for the involvement of the parent is go to case by case. In my case, it's a mental health issue, which that is identified already. But the second type is on the, now we have a non-resident issue. Non-resident issue, my case is residents, only for the resident with that 2,000 residents. In Penang alone, we do have 16,000 undergraduates, which that the accommodation is only occupied for 10,000. So the next 6,000 is non-residents. So the intervention of the parent is why the children not able to get the accommodations. So probably on next future, our manager on the housing should be engaged on the with the parents, so that they can also together to provide on the accommodation. I think that's 2 conditions that the involvement of the parent at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I think our colleagues here will agree. The more T20 you have in your college or university, you will see more parents are involved. The lesser you have, the lesser parents are bothered, right? So sometimes you think that the B40, even though we say they need a lot of support, but they are tougher. Okay, they can manage a lot of things. But honestly, now I'm with UTP. The university I was with here before is IMU. So most of you will know International Medical University, where about 80% of the students are from T20 group. So the parents' involvement are very, very high. They really want to know everything. Up to the level, Wi-Fi down in the house or the unit, the parents will call you. And when you ask them, have your child contacted us so we can find? They say that my child there to study. No need to worry about all these things. All this I deal with you. You know, that's the kind of people that you will get. Because they feel that I'm paying, I decide. Okay, so in hostel setting, that's the issue that you will come across. And it's not easy. I'm sure the more, like I mentioned, that is going to be. Number 2, if you have single child. The families with single child, you see the parents will get involved more. The banyak anak one, they got no time. Because too many already. I cannot be contacting all the universities and trying to find out what my child is doing. You survive on your own, unless you have really an issue that the university is not supporting, then you come to me, I'll see what you can do. But single child, normally you will see the involvement is much higher. Or you have homeschooling kid, where the parents has full control how they want the child to be. So I've had a case in IMU, this parent is from India, came in, because Indians and Chinese believe in feng shui a lot. So he walked in, I don't want the bed to be here. I don't want the fridge to be here. I don't want him to face the door. And he wanted to revamp the entire room. Okay, so you come across all these kind of things nowadays. So again, this goes back to our first question, how much of care do you want to provide? Because there will be a time you just want to put your foot down and say, enough is enough. This is how the university operates. And we are operating it because we want to develop your child in such a way, so you need to listen to us. Let the experts manage it. Like how we say, let the purple house manage it, right? We say, you manage it, you know the best. But of course, again, how do we translate that to the parents? Without being sounded rude, but how do we put our foot down firmly and say, this is how things are done? Okay, and I can give you another example. This boy is from Sri Lanka last time doing medicine in Malaysia. The mother relocated herself from Sri Lanka to Malaysia for the entire 5 years. Every 3 or 4 months, she'll just fly back because they know they have to get the stamp, right? Just for that, she'll fly back. Next 2-3 days, she'll come back again. Providing everything for the child. So anything goes wrong in the house, the mother will be standing at the student affairs department. Or this is not working, that's not working. And you see the pressure on the staff who's managing. The student is different story. You have a bit more authority on them. But when it comes to the parents, it becomes very, very tough. And not all our staff is trained to manage parents who are difficult. So that comes back to the university again. How strong do you want to build your own people to face all that? And trust me, it's just going to get more challenging in future. So we just have to toughen ourselves up. Okay?
All right. I think it is also important for us to put down in our applications, are you a single child or do you have... right? You know, sometimes, I will be wondering, to the parents, ma'am, are you the one who is staying here or the son is staying? Anyway, now, looking into future, what do you anticipate for student housing 5 years from now? Now, what are the programs or initiatives you think that we all should focus? Now we have, points, right?
Okay, now we want, maybe some people do not know they are actually international student in the university. So most of it, we recognize them by providing them some of program like I mentioned before, which is adoption families, go to kampong, village, see the Malaysian life, approach our citizen, go meet them. We have a 3-day, 2 nights program, consists of Go CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility under the UiTM Global, which is the parent of the Crystal Residential College. So when they do this, they feel that they are belong to something. They are belong to Crystal, or they are belong to UiTM, or they are belong to their university. So if they feel that they are being alienated, they feel not they are being left behind from others, they will feel not comfort. They will feel they are being left out. So we don't want that. So being recognized by a simple gathering during Hari Raya, during Chinese New Year, Deepavali, a small gathering can create the bond, regardless from the countries, because sometimes they are bickering inside the house. Oh, I don't like you, you don't like me, in the house. However, when we do the small gathering with the food, regardless, we share the food together, from the Chinese, from the Indians, from nasi lemak. Oh, everybody eat nasi lemak, although it's quite spicy, but we eat. So we know that they can have a common in a small gathering. So it's actually a small recognition, but for them it's meant a lot for this student actually. Okay.
So food brings people together. Now, how about Dr. Shah? Is there anything that you think, any programs, initiative that the student housing should implement?
Thank you, Mrs. T. Luckily, my colleagues from MAPOMS, Cik Mizal, and my colleagues from USM also, a part of a student empowerment is nowadays we put a participations, a student representative into decision making. That is currently what we're doing. But since the question is next 5 years, what I foresee, which I shared with Mr. Daniel, Ms. Sally, Mr. Sri Valence, which that my students have been come here visit the Purple House. What I foresee, people like me and people us like a student development officer will be irrelevant, which that our position, our role will be replaced by a student representative. Means that student accommodations is no more run like people by me or a management like a housing accommodations department, the student itself, they will be appointed as a part of that organization. They're running the student accommodation by themselves. They're also organizing the program for development by themselves, and they are taking care of the affair of residents by themselves, student representative. I foresee that this year, when the Ministry of Education empowered, according to the amendment from the University Act, University College and University Act, which that a student be allowed to participate the politics events or society, and they can bring along to the campus the politics idea and so on. So what I foresee next 5 years, people like our student development and also student accommodation management is replacing by a student representative association. That's my view. Thank you.
So are we all going to lose our jobs?
Actually, to just add on, I think for Malaysian context, it's to come. Actually, early this year, like mid of this year, I was in UK, visited Loughborough University, Manchester University. Manchester University, it's fully run by students. They are the one, we went and visited the office. When we ask around them, sitting down there and all that, they say they are students. So they are the one providing the services for the other friends. And so only a certain portion of the hostel management is done by the university. Other than that, the front end and everything, the students are managing it. So I think if we look into future, these are the things that we have to embrace ourselves and get ready with. The demand is going to be different. Of course, now what we say is that you are willing to pay a lower rental, and this is the type of room you get. If you are willing to fork out a bit more, then you get this type of room. But I think moving forward, how much of revenue can you continue to drive as a university, as your hostels are provided or designed to support the student number in your university? So it's highly dependable on the numbers that you can recruit. And not every university can just continue to, there's a limit. Because the more students come in, you also have an increase on other type of costs, whether the university can continue to manage that or not. So one side, you look at revenue generation. On the other side, you start looking at management of costs. How do you manage your expenses? So I think the next thing we need to look at is that providing a high-level services at a manageable cost where the student don't have to pay so much. I think these are the things, how do you differentiate, what do you offer? Because end of the day, I always tell this, you offer Bachelor of Civil, another university offering Bachelor of Civil, end of the day is the same. Everybody is going to go out there and see how good you are with your skills. But what do you provide as part of the living experience? That's going to differentiate the whole thing. Whether the parents are going to choose you or not, or the student is going to choose us or not. So I think moving forward, looking into future, I completely agree students take over our role in a lot of things. Number two, how do you provide a better services? Hostel is not just no more, like we said, it's just not a hostel anymore. It's a hotel already now. So how are we going to move towards that? Yeah.
Right. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, I think we won't have time for break. If you don't mind, we shall continue. Yeah. Okay. Now, some of the interesting topics here about online safety. Now, in the era of increasingly digital interactions, how can we ensure technology actually enhance, student experience rather than hinder the development of students? Now, we have heard about scams, online scams. I think it's quite common now. Now, Puan Zuraini, right?
I think we are in. Is there any here is X generation or baby bloomers? Baby boomer generation over here? Okay, baby boomers. Okay, we do have. Y generation? Okay. Okay. I think some of you, maybe who those not raised up, maybe is actually X generation in between the baby boomers and the Y. Maybe, do you have any Z generation over here? No. Oh, there was. Okay. Z generation is more focused on the technology. So they do really know more on the technology rather than us. The baby bloomers, the Y generation, the X generation, we do know about technologies, how the technology enhance or hinder us. It's actually depending on us how we're going to foresee this in the future later. We do have Internet of Things, we do have AI. Later maybe I will install AI voice, which is can speak to the student without having me actually speaking with the student directly. Who knows? But technology do actually enhance us in a positive way. So it's very important because now the Z generation actually focus on the technology. So whether we like it or not is unavoidable. Coming soon, AI, we do have robotics. Sooner or later, maybe most of us will be replaced by the student representative and also AI, artificial intelligence. We do not know yet. However, along the way, they like it. They rather see robots and AI talking with them than talking with us, because we are talking too much. Like a mother at home, or maybe my mother not talking too much like you. So it's better. Technology is actually enhanced, but technology is also can hinder us in a negative way. So how we going to project and foresee the technology later in the future? It's up to us.
Yeah, back to the questions. Now, any of the programs or I don't know, initiative that your institution is doing to protect the students from fraud or online scams?
Thank you, Mr. T. So compliment Mrs. Suraini. Even though I'm IT manager who involve cybersecurity, for as today, just now during our tour in the accommodations, I do have a lot of message regarding on, yes, today is our first day on academic sessions. Students want to register their course for the semester. A lot of things on the infra, which that they cannot register. They do. It's not because of the zero balance policy. When you are your fee is not settled, then you cannot access the system. But on the online safety for the Z generation, which that of course our current undergraduates, we do have situations for the non-residents. They depend a lot on the advertisement on the Facebook, social media, and so on. They've been scammed by the rental house agent. That is what is happening recently in USM. The second incident on whether we rely on the online learning, we depending a lot on the ID, which that ID can link on the information of the students, which that just now we mentioned we need to declare whether it's a single child and so on. So that information is on the fingertips. So that also, I not to mention which university, but we do have incidents, leakage of informations. One of the universities, which that are part of the lecturers accidentally show all the sensitive informations, like ID numbers, the address, which that happen to that the other side can manipulate that informations. So my part, a part of my situation is to create awareness on the cyber securities. Yes, on the Android and also on the iPhones, they are actually capturing. iPhone has been declared they are privacy sensitive. Their phones is privacy is guaranteed. But for Android, even Google also has declared they are capturing our behavior, they're profiling us and so on. But the advertisement on the social media and so on, when the apps they install willingly and declare they comply with the term and regulations, they also has an opportunity, a window opportunity to expose themselves to provide the sensitive information. So on our part, since a lot of incidents happen in the campus, so of course, even though it's not a student accommodations role, but it's happened in campus among students. So cybersecurity awareness is very crucial right now to implement to all students, not only to the LMS, learning management system, but also the behavior, the life of styles using a lot of apps. I think that's all.
Now, if you can talk about students' empowerment, what strategies, Mr. Saravanan, that your institution has or methods that you employ to promote student engagement in open communications and effective interaction, especially with the roommate, with the housemate? Do you, for example, if students come to you to share with you on the conflict or dispute he or she has with the roommate or housemate, how do you all handle it? Do you empower students to resolve the issues, or do you solve the issues on behalf of the students?
Okay, so what we have here is that when we talk about empowerment, we have two student groups. We have residential rep, which is like every block will have about a rep. We have 30 blocks of hostels. So each block will have one who manages the activities and whatever not. And then we have a residential college unit, a bigger team that actually supports the management team in operations. So these are the two main groups that has been empowered to do certain things. Okay, now, while this group of people manage all the certain facilities and whatever not, but when it comes to such issues where there is quarrels, there's issue, I cannot get along with my roommate and things like that, normally the students, they will try themselves first to resolve it. Let's say it comes to a point they are unable to come to a conclusion or to an agreement, then they will normally come to us. So what the staff will do is that after listening to all their issues and all that, we'll provide a kind of support to actually let them facilitate the issue on their own first. Because they also don't want to step in immediately and be the decision-making party. So let them solve it first. But if, let's say, after all that, they are still unable to do it, then only the staff will go in. Because then you have to see whether it's a disciplinary issue or is it a mental health issue. Sometimes because we say, right, they don't declare and you end up with their roommate who has a certain type of issues. And one of the biggest issues we face is when you pair up a postgrad student to an undergrad student in the same room. Or most of the time you will have an issue because their study pattern and their behavior is very different. So again, this is also, I think earlier when we went for a walk, we also discussed about this. The pairing of people is also a science behind it, where you have to learn about that as well. So what we have done in UTP is that as part of the residential village, we have a key staff, a senior exec, whose job is actually to start learning about students' behavior. Not only those who are in the hostel, like current generation, how they think, how they do things, how they play around with their gadgets and whatever not, how they make decisions. Using that, coming out with a way, how do you map up? Which hostel will be the best for them and things like that. So yeah, empowerment is that we 100% believe in that. We want them to be empowered to make decisions.
Okay. Now, when you talk about pairing of roommates or housemates, do you also take into considerations of their nationalities or culture or diversity?
Nationalities, not so much. It's again whether the rooms are available or not. Normally the programs, yes, we do. We try to like pair undergraduate to another undergraduate and things like that. Of course, the blocks go by gender. Nationality, like we said, international or local, we just pair them up. Because we also don't want to be facilitating too much to the point that I'm only comfortable with this group. But unless there is a very specific requirement that requires that, then it's very different. Yeah.
After all, we are still promoting inclusivity and embrace
Exactly.
culture diversity.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Puan Zuraini, can you tell us more in UITM? What are the measures your housing take to encourage these practices?
Basically, we do have a lot of backgrounds, nationalities in my Christian residential college. We have summer exchange and we have full-time postgraduate from various countries, especially from the Middle East, from South Africa. Of course, they also have differences, cultural differences. We sort them according by gender, but we also sort them according to their, like a Muslim is better with the Muslim people, so easy for them. And the non-Muslim, they will stay Christian or Hindus or stay in the same house. So it's easy for them because this is maybe due to the religion itself and also the gender itself. However, when we combine them together, they still have difficulty due to the culture differences. Although some of them at the same house, they are all Muslim, but they are having difficulty maybe due to hygiene, maybe due to culture differences. Luckily, cross-cultural management is very important when you're handling international student. Means that you must understand this student is from which country, where are their background, what their food they eat, what are their religion. Even though they are non-Muslim, they do not fasting, but we do provide some food for them during the day in Ramadan. That is our services during the COVID-19 as well. We do also provide them privilege to go to religious gathering. For Christian, maybe in PJ or Subang, or maybe Hindu, there's still some Shah Alam in temple in Shah Alam. We do provide them information so that they can go to what they need to do. Besides from that, the food might be quite sensitive for certain people, especially for Muslim. We do focus that on rules and regulation. If you respect each other in this particular residential, you will gain respect from others as well. Regardless who you are, you have to be very open. There are still cultural differences. You must acknowledge how people treat, because I receive a conflict countries like Afghanistan, Palestine. So some of them are very shy, some of them are still traumatized. They do not still adapt with people who are very fierce, who are very aggressive in the house. So if we put them who is very docile, who very shy, with a people from Arab people, most of them are very aggressive. Talk very loud. Ya Allah, ya Marabuka, whatsoever. And suddenly, you put the Palestine, the Afghanistan people inside them, they are very scared. Because although they are in the same house, Muslim, because they do not feel safe. One Palestine student mentioned to me that I cannot hear fireworks because during Ramadan I do play some fireworks with the international students, but the Palestine mentioned to me, sorry madam, I cannot hear fireworks. It's remember me of the bomb. That is why after that we do not do the fireworks. We do the small lights only. So from there, everybody understand, including the Chinese, including the Indians. I have people from Sri Lankans. I also have people from Indians. So some of them are veggies, fully veggies. So I already told, even though you are Chinese and you are Sri Lankan, you eat non-veggies, but you must respect your friends who are from vegetarian. So you must understand what is the cultural differences between you guys in order for you to stay throughout the whole until you finish your study here in Malaysia. So it's very important for us. Actually, maybe some of us do not understand the cross-cultural management, but this is my part of my majoring as well in international affairs. We do learn about cross-cultural management. How you going to understand, perceive people, perceive their behavior. What is actually their background? You must understand. Maybe after this, we have the AI that understand them better than us. So if AI that understand them better than us, the human itself, then what is the function of the culture of care? So next.
Right. Now let's talk about recognitions and incentives then. Does your housing actually give, I don't know, any recognitions or any rewards to students who are doing the not necessarily the wrong thing, but you know, for those students who are helping other students?
Thank you, Mr. Two things. First, the nature of our system is the first part, the My CSD. My CSD stands for Malaysian Continuous Student Development. It's similar to our CPD, Continuous Professional Development. That is one. Second is on our accommodation policies. Is similar to the allocation to the accommodation. So the first reward actually on the policies, student accommodation allocations. For those who participate, in my case, Reserve Officer Training Units, or known as a PALAPES, those students is automatically offered the next session for accommodations. It's automatic. For common residents, common students, they do have a merit and demerit system. The merit system is my CSD. Okay? The demerit system, if when they are fined, then they will demerit. But on the policies, whoever student, whether it's automatically or common students, once they been fined, they will be not offered to the next accommodation, next session accommodation. That is the both platform for rewarding a student. The higher level for that, of course, on the student accommodation, we do have awards for outstanding student on residentials, the more supportive and the volunteers. So that is what we provide. The foundation for that recognition back to the MyCSD. MyCSD is recording all the activities other than academic. And from that information also, from that record also, they can go further for the candidature for the national or international recognitions. So that's, I conclude, the platform in USM, which that consists of MyCSD. Now we call it the HEBAT. It's not a grade, but the acronym of Holistic, Entrepreneurial, Balance, Articulate and Thinking. That is the attribute for the students' development part. So from that foundations, we provide offer to the student accommodation and also put as a foundation for our recognition. Thank you.
Right, so this initiative are designed to actually promote positive behaviors in the residents. Now, Mr. Saravanan, I've heard that, you know, in UTP, you have this program called ROAR, Residential College Outstanding Achievement and Recognition. Can you tell us more about that?
Okay, so basically that one, at the university level, there's some recognition in place. So those students who go in for conference or sports activities and they win and then come back, they get certain kind of awards and whatever not. So at the hostel level, at the residential village level, they also have certain type of competition, sports and things like that. So those students have contributed in all those things. So they get some kind of award, recognition and all that. But as UTP, we practice 100% in-campus policy. That means students must stay in campus. for foundation as well as undergraduate. Only the postgraduates can stay off campus. So in such way that raw award or any award doesn't really add any points for them to get a bed or a room in the hostel. But it's just that it's more of just recognizing a student's contribution in the campus or out of the campus. Yeah. So yeah, basically those are the things lah.
All right, now let's talk about the rental. Due to the inflations and of course the rising cost of living, it is unavoidable that we rise our rental rate. When was the most recent price increase in your housing, and what measures were implemented to mitigate the impact?
Okay, I think this is the most interesting topic to any universities. Every year you go in for budget, I think this will be the key question. Can we increase the rental or not? You know, that's what they will tell. Okay, for UTP, what they have done is that for the 5 years, which will be ending in 2025. So 2020 onwards, every room category, there's an increase of 10 ringgit per year. Okay, so until 2025, it will stop, and then we will revisit the entire thing again. The reason why it stops at 2025, a new village will be opened up in 2025, which will give us about 1,070 beds additional. And this entire village is going to be aircon. So that will come in with a different category of pricing already. So we need to do a balance check again to see where are the current rooms, what are we providing compared to this new village with whatever facilities that's going to come in, how much it's going to differ and so on. So we will be looking at that. So of course it's a debate on a yearly basis, but for now this is the practice. And unless we don't, unless we go in and do any major refurbishment to any of these hostel rooms and the type of furniture, facilities we provide, then only I think we can relook at this pricing again. Because every year we use the standard term, we tell them that utilities rates has gone up, you know, the tariff of electricity has gone up and things like that. And the students will always come back and argue with that. I think all of us face that. But we have to cap it up at certain level. So that's going to be the challenge that we are looking at, especially when you have more students at B40. Yeah.
I think UiTM for undergraduates we have thousands of students. For postgraduate we have almost 10,000. International student only is around 1,700 plus. So if you want to accommodate the B40 until T20, it's very difficult because to focus on the rental rates, not only from undergrads, postgraduate, they are facing the difficulty as well. It's very difficult for us to get the fund to sustain, to maintain, as well at the minimum cost. And for us to revise it, it was quite difficult. It will be very controversial. It will be viral. It will be like a pacak kemah. You will set up a time. We won our fight. We won our right. That will be it. So basically, it will be like that. To revise it, maybe we have to sit down first. To do the whole entire thing with our top management of the university to whether consider from the level of B40 until T20, because we do have G2G, government to government special arrangement, MOU, MOA, which is at the no cost price, no cost, because it was a G2G government and some of it are MOU or MOA under university with the current with the counterpart of the university. So some of the accommodation provided is actually free. So it's not the cost between both, because sometimes it's a summer exchange program. So it's under MOA or MOU. So it's very difficult to charge. How are you going to charge in such a way where you have G2G government, you have a special arrangement, you have MOA or MOU, but you have to absorb the cost. you have to able to handle to sustain and maintain as well. So it's quite difficult to revise. If we revise, it was like I mentioned before, we go viral. There will be go for our rights, go for our fights for the student association. So we have to have a win-win situation between us, between the student as well.
Okay. Now, how about USM, Dr. Shah? Do you, how often do you all increase the rental?
Oh, okay. To answer how often, every year we revise, but never been approved. So our colleague from MAPOM, Majlis Perumahan University, also has been studies comparing others, and from that stable, we seen that USM rental is among the lowest, even though we are in the urban area. As compared, even compared Puncak Alam and also in northern USM, still lower on the price on the room rental. So actually it's very difficult to increase the rental. Yes, it's probably a national issues, and you can see that has been protest to the management, and their voice come to the parliament, and we heard that in the budget there will be no increase on the fee, which is also on the housing accommodation. I think that conclude.
I think just to top up, I think it comes back to the university policy itself on accommodation, for example. Do you want to just recover the operational costs, or are you looking at making a profit out of it? So I think that will actually decide whether you want to continuously revise the rental rates or not. My previous university is as long as you cover your operational costs, there's no additional cost to the university, fine with it. But the current, it's a bit different model, because the additional revenue that's earned from there actually goes back to student development. So again, it goes back in that consideration, yeah.
I think we still have time for our final, no, there was a final topic, my favorite topic. Now we talk about care, you know, we cared about our students, we cared about parents, then of course they are stray animals. I think it has been increasing, right? Do your housing has any, you know, initiatives to look after the stray animals?
Has anyone been to UTP? No one, huh? Come, we have a meet. Okay, so one hand went up. We have mini zoo in UTP. Okay, so you will see biawa loitering around anywhere. We have 7 lakes within the campus, huh? 7 lakes. So you will see biawa almost like a size of crocodile walking over. Okay, that's one. Number 2, you'll see a lot of babi hutan. But nowadays it's better. They have improvised the fencing thing, and so now it's very less. Monkeys, we had issues. Okay, during our COVID time, you go and put the food, and you know not all the students will come out and take the food on time, right? The next thing, our friends will be partying with the food. Okay, stray dogs. Dogs is one of the big issue, because why? Next to UTP, there's some kind of what do you call that, industrial area. So they have dogs to safeguard their area, but we suspect they don't feed them well. So the dogs will actually find their way into the campus. And you know, students being students, they love to feed. So the dogs always find it that I got no food, I starve, I just go over and somebody is going to feed me. And when after makan, they don't go back. They just stay, you know, just around and things like that. But our worry is that not all dogs are friendly. So we just don't want to come to a point where, you know, somebody gets bitten and things like that. We have had snakes in hostel room as well, 1 or 2, because there are some hostels which is very, very near to the forest site. So there's a lot of things we need to look at. Cats, you know, people bring in, and after a while the students graduate and whatever not, they just leave it, you know, the cats around and things like that. But of course we have a policy, no pets are allowed. But of course, students being students, they will quietly keep until the roommate cannot tolerate anymore, they come and complain, then we know what's happening. So what we have is that we have the health and safety office. So this KPI of managing stray animals go under them. So they actually have set up, places to catch all these animals and whatever not. And from time to time, they also have people from different authorities coming in and helping us with that. The highest issue will be with the dogs. So there are periodic time they will come and they'll catch and go back. Of course, we have had cases where the students are not happy about it. They come and complain that we should not be doing all these things. But like I've said, we have to just put our foot down because the safety of the students are far more important compared to all these. Yeah.
My experience with the student, maybe because we are high-rise building, because we are apartment style, so basically most that can able to approach maybe mosquitoes, cats, kittens, but no dogs at the moment, no others animals, except that surprised me this year during the Aidil Adha, there was some summer exchange program from Indonesia who stay back. They bring the cow intestine inside the hostel. When we find out, it was very smelly because it was being left out to dry, and then we able to find that the Indonesian summer exchange program student want to cook that cow intestine, but we advise the student not to cook. Please put it back to it should be, and then
Put it back.
go outside and left it, or just buried it. That was surprisingly very quite sharp for me for this year. I don't know what happened next year. Thank you.
Did the student find the cow and put it back? Yeah, how about in USM? Do you have a lot of stray animals, cats or dogs in the housing?
First of all, the same as UTP, the situations, the biawa, the cats, the dog, and so on. Second, yes, the attitude of the student itself. They like to feedings. They left of food, the garbage, yes, left food. They're encouraging the cat and also the dog. That's come up on. So as I concern, we have no policy on how to manage the stray. Just if there any comment from the students, then we call local authorities to cat. We do have NGOs among students and also staff. We do have a day fundraising for the stray cats, feeding at the proper feeding point. But they also, that feeding point also encouraging the dogs coming up, outsiders, which that, of course, not every dogs are friendly. The second. Third, the stray animal itself bring dangerous to us. We are in the nearby forest. The cat itself attract the python. So we do have some incidents. It's also happened to the house of our principals. In his house, that time, 2 times, 2 pythons caught the pythons. How we aware that the python is around when the cat is climbing up to the tree, very high and never want to come down. Then we call a fireman to bring down the cat. The other indication is not the egg, saling kulit. The skin of the python is around the house. the principal house. That is two indication that they try to bring to locate where is the python. So that is the as far as we're concerned, we have no policy to manage the stray, but the stray animal itself, of course, they have a cause and effect. Okay, of course we do case by case, but it's of course the most according to the student accommodations issues. So there is no regulation to of course not pets are not allowed, but the stray animal is bring along a passionate from the students. It's also part of the two part, the development and also the mental health. So the development is they form up an association to help the stray animals, cat and dog. Even my children also involved with them. I cannot tolerate cat, but I living with people who love cat. My children also love dogs, so I still need to have live with them. The second part, the mental health, the healing moment by helping the stray animals they give. So we are not creating any policies, but we allow that situation happen in a student accommodation. Thank you.
Okay, now before we go for lunch, we will open the floor for the audience if you have any questions. I'm also checking the Google form, right? Some of you have mentioned that I think the question is for Puan Zuraini. Now, for Muslim students, they have zakat to handle their financial issues. How your IPT handle financial issues for non-Muslim students?
Basically, we do have financial assistance for undergrad and postgraduate. For postgraduate, we do have non-Muslim from postgraduate full-time. Basically, we don't provide them the zakat. However, we do have teaching assistance. They like some sort of financial assistance that UiTM provide for those who have having difficulties in paying their tuition fees and also maybe their accommodation fees. But basically, this teaching assistant is for the full-time postgraduate students, for the non-Muslim and also for the Muslim as well. Let's say they are having difficulty, we do have staggered payment of the tuition fee. Let's say they cannot simply pay the bulk payment of the tuition fee. They can pay simply for the 3 staggered payment for 3 date of tuition fee that was being structured by the UiTM bursary. So you can pay 3 times before the deadline of the tuition fee, and then the teaching assistant is some sort of you teach the undergraduate students and you get paid. From there, they're able to ease the burden, maybe to support for the tuition fee or the cost of the living. Beside from zakat, zakat is focused more on the for the Muslim. However, for the non-Muslim, we have a teaching assistant, financial assistance lah, for that. Beside from this teaching assistant, we also collaborate with the embassy. I will slow talk with the our UiTM Global, our international department, UiTM international department that oversees the international student, that manage the international student. So we foresee, we discuss with the related embassies what is going on, what is actually happening with the student. Are they having difficulties in transaction of money? Is there any crisis or funding that they are actually having a difficulty in their home country, or maybe they are having difficulty due to because of some sort of difficulty in the family, personal. So we will talk, and let's say we will bring this issue to the UNM Global, and UNM Global will try to find a way to get a fund before he or the student itself is graduating. We will help the student before graduating to make the clearance of all the fees, including the accommodation.
Right. Anyone else have any questions? I'm sorry. Yeah,
Can I support my colleague? Since asking, perhaps the question is from non-Muslim or Muslim? I hope it's non-Muslim. Please to understand, zakat is given by a Muslim, and zakat is what we call, it must receive by asnaf. Asnaf, it's already written who is asnaf, then that zakat is only qualified to that asnaf. So of course that asnaf is most are Muslim. But USM also do have a zakat authorized by state of Penang to collect the zakat, and USM Pusat Zakat also authorized to deliver the zakat to the asnaf, which that most of them is students. So of course the main criteria for the receiver is Muslim. So I think same as what Ms. Suraini mentioned, there is another fund or allocation for non-Muslim. It's a lot. I think it's still a lot. I hope that's understand.
So just to add a bit, how in UTP we manage is that, of course, zakat is there, the funding from Yayasan is there. The funding from Yayasan applies to both group, whether you're Muslim or non-Muslim, based on the category and the criteria it applies. Under zakat, mainly goes to Muslim, and I think there's one portion under zakat that can be used for the non-Muslim, but that one there is a category and the requirement the students have fulfilled. Okay, now, on top of that, we have something called as tabung kebajikan pelajar. So there is a certain amount that is put in on a yearly basis inside there, where mainly, that one is meant for everybody. So if there are any students, even the Muslim students who cannot qualify for zakat or the yayasan part for whatever reason, they can actually fall under this as well. But of course, because that is there, the TKP will go mostly for the non-Muslim students. Okay, now, there's 11 categories they can apply for, but it does not include tuition fee. Tuition fee for Muslim students come from zakat and all that. For the non-Muslim students, we have to look for some other avenue. Because the fund here, the TKP fund, is not huge. And you know tuition fee is always big. So if you start supporting that, it will not be enough. So here, some of the things they can cover is that, like for example, living allowance. If your parents or the breadwinner of the family has lost job, passed away, or and a pay card and whatever not, provided that they can prove, they can actually seek for living allowance for 3 months, which includes hostel as well as meal allowance that comes in. Or if you have had any bencana alam, disaster, and any of your learning tools are spoiled, like your laptop is gone and things like that, then you can apply for it. Sabah Sarawak students, if your family is struggling, you don't have ticket money to fly back for anything, they can apply for it. So in such cases, we have about 11 items they can apply for. So this amount, so that one we put aside about 100,000 a year, just to utilize for that. And medical conditions as well. You know, sometimes certain things are not covered by insurance, because the local student insurance are very limited. So this money will be used as a guarantee to pay off government hospitals and all that, if the students meet with any accident and things like that. Yeah, so that's how we look into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so there are indeed funds or support available for non-Muslim in your institutions. Right, would there be any questions anyone would like to ask?
Actually, we have a fund called Sedekah. Right. That's for non-Muslim. Okay. It's under our zakat department. So if non-Muslim students need a fund, so they can go to Sedekah.
Right, Sedekah, yeah. Okay. Right, If there is no more questions, then any final thoughts for us panelists? What are your advice for us as the hostel administrators, housing providers in promoting a culture of care, in the housing environment?
Okay, my thoughts are the same. The challenges in hostel or managing accommodation is just going to go higher and higher and higher because the type of students or parents that we are seeing. Never give up, because what you're doing here, a lot of time, what we do under accommodation or under student affairs, sometimes is unfelt by people. Because the focus when it comes to university is always on education, which is the priority, the reason why the students are there. But I always say, while they are studying that 4 years or 5 years journey in the university, it takes up a lot of the living components, and hostel is the biggest provider of the living experience. So you guys are doing a great job. It's not an easy job. Only those who are doing it will know how challenging it can be. There are times you feel like you just want to stop arguing with people, you just want to shut your door off, but you just can't do it. You just have to toughen up. You just have to put that smile on your face. Sometimes you just feel like slapping people, to get them into that senses, but you just can't. You just have to toughen up and manage them, because that's where I think people who manage hostel has the highest level of skill when it comes to human management or people management skill. So continue to do that. There are always a lot of support in place. We all are, practitioners in this area. Don't struggle alone. If you have any issues that you need support, please reach out. Because every university will have your unique scenarios, but generally we all go through the same journey. Okay? So that's my input for everyone.
Thanks, Mr. Saravanan. How about Puan Zuraini?
Maybe for my takeaways for you guys. Actually, we are not perfect. We are simply human, like the student, like the parents, like the top management of the university. They will expect us a very high in terms of delivering what it should be for the university. Maybe people don't care about our well-being, mental health, but do remember that as long you are in a positive in your own, what good deeds did you do to other people, it will go back to you, to yourself. So the culture of care is not involved within yourself, but it's outside as well. So remember this, that no matter what happened, regardless of the 5 years later, whether we are being replaced by the student association, being replaced by the AI technology, we are because we are human. So we must understand the culture of care rather than robots or the student itself. So do remember that how far we goes, I will focus more on the cross-cultural management because it humanizes us. We do know each other, like Malaysia. We have Chinese, we have Indians, we have a lot of ethnic background, but still we are living in the same Malaysia. Okay.
Thanks, Puan Zuraini. Dr. Shah?
Thank you. It's difficult for me to find out or take quiz, but same talk with Mr. Saravanan and Mr. Zuraini. My point of view, of course, in this field, in this area, of course, not bring you happiness all the times. It's a tough job, but the precious moment for people like me and others like us, when the student itself graduate. And the next 3 to 5 years, the most memorable when those kind of people who thank you for what we have done, even though it's not, we may say it fierce or that is the moment for that people like us to take it as a gift or a recognition. I think that from myself, that's all. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think the fact that we are here today means that we care. We care about students, we care about our colleagues as well. Now, with that, can we give another round of applause to our panelists?
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy our panel discussion. Let's give a round of applause to T. Ching Yin and our panel members for their enlightening discussion. Okay, let's move to the next event. Before our lunch break, we have a special treat. Please welcome Madhavi Shankar, co-founder and CEO of SpaceBasic Incorporation, and our strategic director, Daniel Lee, for a quick chat about technology in the student housing industry. Please welcome Madhavi and Daniel.
Okay, everyone can hear me? All right, thank you so much. I do apologize, this was not in the program, but this is just a 15-minute spot for our gold sponsor who has kindly agreed to, facilitate, and also we would like to give a spot to them, yeah? Okay? All right. Okay, Madhavi, thank you so much for being here. I understand you flew in from India just last night, so yeah, thank you so much for being here and also for supporting our event. First of all, maybe you can help to provide a brief overview about yourself as well as your company SpaceBasic to our attendees here.
Hi everyone, my name is Madhvi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of SpaceBasic. What we do at SpaceBasic is to put it into simpler words, we try to make your life easy with technology. We digitize experiences for universities as well as student housing communities. What we do is we have a mobile and web application that really kind of digitizes most of the tasks that our panelists in the previous session spoke about. But the second part is we use AI-enabled tools to help make sense of that large amount of data that you churn every single day and give you insights to help operate as well as kind of in terms of cost efficiency as well as in terms of operational efficiency, do that better and kind of have that entire student experience taken care of.
Okay, wonderful, thank you so much. Today my questions will be based around the role of technology in the student housing sector. So what is your view about the role of technology in improving the management of student accommodation, especially in addressing industrial challenges?
So I think student housing as a concept has been around for a really long time. I think digitization of that is happening now as we speak, much later on. I think traditionally, like our panelists mentioned, Mr. Saravanan mentioned that housing is not about just staying in the hostel and going to class and coming back. It's almost hospitality now. And that is what students expect as well. So the way software traditionally will operate or successfully will work is to really kind of be agile in a way that it kind of very seamlessly works with the university as well as all the housing community on their, it could be different tasks, as simple as making announcements to something as complicated as onboarding, financing, refunds, all of that, right? It really has to mimic the workflow of the university, of the housing community for it to be best kind of, to be a good fit as well as successfully aid that mechanism.
Following on that train of thought, do you think that it is the right time for university student housing to revolutionize the way that they work, especially now in this context?
Absolutely. I think it's actually better late than never is something that we, it's a saying, but absolutely. I think when working with human beings is complex enough, and doing that manually is just, kind of, it's a no-brainer when it comes to digitizing that. And today, digitization also is not enough. You need to go one step ahead and also kind of use that data that you, churn on day-to-day basis to help provide better insights. We spoke about how students in rooms want to stay with somebody else. Today, people manually match that. It's such a simple thing to do with technology by feeding in the data and kind of having these analytics. We spoke about mental health, right? Everybody uses ChatGPT today. For example, having that incorporated on your application will help students ask questions, learn more, things like that. So technology can really help aid this entire experience. But let's start with operations first, because that's where I think operators like yourselves, as well as universities, really need to think about the serious implications of using technology and how easily that will kind of transform a lot of things for them.
Your answer pretty much covers the question that I was going to ask next. But anyway, now that you're here, obviously you are an Indian national, and Malaysia is obviously a foreign market to you. So listening to what the panelists had to say this morning, obviously Malaysia is a very diverse market. There are both private and public universities, and there are also cultural and religious considerations as well to take into account. So how can technology solutions be adapted to meet these unique needs of the different institutions in our country?
Good question. So, I mean, I'll give you, in context of SpaceBasic, I think us as a company, for me, I did my schooling in Sydney. I stayed in housing in Sydney, and you know, one of the key influences for me to start SpaceBasic also came from the experience that I had by staying in student housing. I went to University of Technology, Sydney. So when we started SpaceBasic, my co-founder is from the US, and you know, she has experience there. And when we started the company there, and I came back to India because it was extremely unorganized in terms of student housing, and I knew we kind of wanted to manage that, right? What we learned is 80% of universities and housing communities, mostly in and around Asia, use very little technology outside of the classroom. So you have your LMS, you have your admissions, etc. But for student experiences, especially something as important as housing, technology was very seldom used. And what happens, when we say housing, it is an amalgam of different, it can be students from different cities, different states, different countries, right? And we have that, you know, migrant population everywhere in terms of, especially the hot hub is housing. So I think the way, you know, the way we built it is because anyway we come from diverse backgrounds, so diversity and inclusion was a very strong factor, just came very naturally to us when we included that into SpaceBasic. What that means is agility. What that means is being able to add, remove, edit, etc. And I'm talking in terms of technology, but if you think about it, even with you know, housing experience or with people, you're making room for somebody else. You're adding to their experience. You're, you know, adjusting and compromising to certain experiences. So I think really mimicking that, you know, user experience and having that incorporated in a product will make any successful product more usable, according to me. One of our customers we recently signed up here is Taylor's University. We're about to kind of start working with them as well. And even with Taylor's University, when we sat down to understand, you know, their processes, their use cases, it's very similar, yet it is different. So we need to make sure that a product is able to very easily adapt and be configurable in a way that it can work with different, you know, countries or in different regions.
Okay, wonderful. So it's like I'm hearing that it's a lot better to use than Microsoft Excel, yeah, in managing.
Absolutely. Okay. Microsoft, just to add to that, Microsoft Excel, you know, change management is hard. So we don't want to move you all away from Microsoft Excel. It will still be a core part of the operation, but we will help, you know, have that as a plug-in or as an add-on to the extension of the product.
Okay, okay. As you're aware, some of our public universities in Malaysia have very, very large student bases and student accommodation. We are talking 10,000 beds, you know, upwards of like 20,000, 30,000 beds. Maybe could you give an example of how your software has been used in India for a similar size organization, and how did they transform their operation?
Absolutely. So our biggest customer in India have 20,000 students, and that entire deployment process, to, you know, as large as it sounds, deploying that in total took about, I would say, about 2.5 to 3 weeks. Now, how we did that is, one, it's very important to, before just giving a solution, you really need to understand what the customer needs or doesn't need in that product. So we spend more time in discovery and understanding workflows and building those workflows. So when we did go ahead and deploy the product or the software, it was just a 2 to 3 week job in terms of having all of the Excel sheet data uploaded, all the users trained, all the workflows were anyway set up. And then the biggest chunk is training staff members and housing operators, because students, we spoke about Gen Z, are smart anyway. They will pick up if you give them something, they will, kind of dissect it and find out how to use it, etc. So I think operators and staff members are probably, kind of educating them about the product and how to use it. But apart from that, I think, products are built to scale. Software is for large scale. It's not for smaller numbers, etc. If you're building software, you're using software, it has to be for a large scale population. So the well-known and the better softwares, the real test of quality is when you have bigger chunk of users and bigger set of data points to work with.
Absolutely. In terms of the future, what kind of technological innovations do you foresee influencing the future of student accommodation in Malaysia?
I think for student housing in general, softwares, what it can do, or at least what I foresee, is definitely a lot of AI. I think incorporating that will make, working hard is there, and now we need to work smart, and that working smart comes with AI. We hear a lot about it. There's really no kind of, as simple as maintenance. You raise a maintenance ticket, my tap is broken, my bulb is broken, it needs to be fixed, etc. My Wi-Fi is not working. Something like predictive maintenance, etc. I see Shri in the audience. We spoke about this before as well from tips. Maintenance and issues like that. Software will be able to kind of preemptively tell you, hey, your AC warranty is up. Wi-Fi, when it peaks to X Mbps, it drops or it's bound to fail. The stock is low and usual consumption of stock this month is higher. So things like that, right? Analysis, predictive maintenance, and even let's say if you have vendors you're using for maintenance vendors. So if it's overtime, if it's if the work of usual repair time or turnaround time is less, more, etc. So all of these things can easily be kind of automated and really given to you, presented to you without having to make that extra manual effort. So that's one use case, and just predictive maintenance, even just students having questions, figuring out the onboarding process, etc. You can just have ChatGPT incorporated that will help you out. So a lot of AI, a lot of smart kind of tools integrated is the future of technology, more so in student housing.
Now, the panelists were quite enthusiastic about the view that student housing, at least in the public university sector, will be managed more by the students themselves. So it's interesting to hear you speak about how AI is being used in the software to drive certain predictive results, or notices. Do you think that the incorporation of AI into a HMS would be able to be used by a core team of mainly comprising students rather than adults?
I think it will be supervised by adults. That's what I think. I think at the end of the day, students will be great to kind of have that mobilized, kind of have the vision etched out into action items. But I think experience with data is really going to be what is going to set a university up for success. So a great combination of management with the core team, with AI-driven analytics and data points, and students being kind of forefronting that, I think, is a combination for success.
Okay, so a little bit of good news for operators like us. We will not be totally out of a job. we can still, of course, work with students, and using a powerful system with predictive AI will definitely, I think, not only bring efficiency, right, based on what you've mentioned, but also bring the best of both worlds. Students who understand the customers, professionals who know how to run and supervise the team, as well as a combination of using an advanced AI and the HMS. I think that's a perfect working combination.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm guessing that everyone's a bit hungry right now. It's kind of lunchtime, so thank you so much, Madhavi, for being here for our fireside chat. I hope the rest of the audience have enjoyed our short chat and introduction to SpaceBasic, as well as how technology can assist in transforming and making the experience of student housing even better in our country.
Thank you so much. Great
Thank you
being
so
here.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have an exciting presentation from our in-house advertising and marketing division, East. They will share a fascinating case study on study engagement through digital communication, presented by Salma, our content manager. She has a rich background in various industries, including broadcast and public relations, making her insight into digital communication and student engagement truly valuable. Let's warmly welcome Salma.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Hi. I cannot hear you. Okay. So, very good afternoon. I hope you have a very good lunch just now. Very good. Okay. So basically, I'll present something about student engagement through digital marketing. Okay, there are three main key highlights that I'm going to highlight today. It will be significance of student engagement, approaching Gen Z, and case study. For the reason why I suggest this topic for this Student Accommodation Summit, because I want to highlight that there is an importance of student engagement through digital platform, and I want to share with you the significance of having this student engagement. Firstly, I managed to check out all of your university's online presence, and there are quite a few that have a lot of a good user-generated content, which means that your students is sharing some of the content from their point of view, and this actually gives some good inputs for your brand online presence. And some of the positive reviews actually leads to a good recommendation in terms of if there's any future students going to study at the institution or they want to stay at your accommodation. And then, basically for those engaged students, who are the engaged students? Engaged students are actually, they like your page, they give good reviews about your accommodation or your students, your hostels. So they share the positive feedback about your accommodation. And one good thing about their feedback is that they are giving honest feedback, which can help your management to give to give improvements and adjust to your accommodation. So basically, it will be a good input for you lah, because it's very difficult to get an honest review from them. But through online platform, they're going to give an honest review, and it's very good for your operation. And one more thing, some of the college and universities that I approached, they mentioned that when they're having their own campus accommodation and they have a good reviews, it helps to attract students to stay on campus instead of rental outside accommodation, like rental from the tenants, all that. And it is a good thing to have it as one of the key selling points for your accommodation. Okay, here are some of the Google reviews coming from student accommodation. Basically, they're giving good ratings. They are mentioned about the good things why they love staying here. They share the photos. Actually, whenever you want to go, okay, I'm giving an example. You want to go for a restaurant. Maybe it's viral, but you need to go to see on their Google presence to check on the reviews. If the reviews are good, it helps you to give you some sort of, okay, I think this is a good place for me to go to enjoy my dinner, all that. So it's also the same thing when it comes to accommodation. It helps to give some sort of good reputation, good reviews, and it's a good thing to have it because everything people will go for online. So if you don't have that online presence, it's some sort of, okay, like for Gen Z, I can say that they won't trust your manual review, manual good thing. They'll just go for Google or just go for any online presence like on Blogger, Quora, Facebook reviews. Next. Oh. Okay. The reason why I highlight this digital engagement because most of your students, they are actually Gen Z. And if you look at the demographic of the profile, the most active people who are online, they are coming from this internet boom generation, which is they are from Gen Y and Gen Z. About 30% of them, they're coming from youth generation. And they are your audience, your catered audience for your students. And basically, the reason why they're using the internet, first to find information. So if you're you're using the social media platforms or online presence to share information, that is the most reliable platform for you to use. Second thing is to keep up the update, any news, any events, they will go for social media platforms to check out on any latest news on event because they want to. So for example, you are having your student accommodation and you have any activities, and to get engagement for them, it's very difficult for you to go one by one, knock one door to another, and just give flyers. But it's very simple for you to have like social media page, and you update there, ask them to follow, then you'll get all the updates there. It's very engaging, and the good thing is they will use the hashtag and tag your photos of the event, then it will be a good thing for your brand presence. So the reason why I highlight Gen Z, because they are the one who follows the millennial generation. I'm the millennial generation. I use online to check out everything, to find everything, but Gen Z, they really trust online platforms. Gen Z, they are those who born between 1995, 2000, and 2009, because of those who born from 2010, they are Generation Alpha. So basically, this generation, they grow up with internet all their life. They know about smartphones, social media, and online community. They are very close. They are everything is online. They don't really, if you go for offline events, all that is they don't go for that. That is not so trendy for them lah. And the good thing is they always on Instagram, TikTok, and X. X is like the new platform of Twitter lah. So basically, when you want to target this Gen Z, you need to have your presence on Instagram, TikTok, and X. So basically, this Gen Z, they have a very unique relationship with social media, and they always significantly impact your brand awareness. Either it can be positive or negative. So anything if negative, it will go viral very quickly. If it's very positive, it will help you to build up your reputation and your brand awareness. And the good thing is, if you, in your campus, you have any influencers or those we call KOL, Key Opinion Leader, you can utilize that source to enhance your brand presence. And I believe for Aswara, it's a good thing for you because you have a lot of influencers in your campus, so you can utilize them to help to build our reputation and your brand awareness, and also to help to enhance let's say you have any event, they can spread out the info about the event or activities very fast, and it can go viral very quickly. Okay, but there is one more thing that I can say, that not everything online is good. Sometimes it can reduce your self-esteem. They can have very insecurity about like the image, all that, because they're comparing with other people's life on social media. So I think for operators, they need to tackle this issue and give some awareness for them. And the good thing is, you need to use social media platform to cater this, to capture the attention for brand awareness. If you simply do like poster, all that, it won't be very effective as social media content. Okay, I did mention that it's very easily for Gen Z to spread out the info, whether it's negative or positive, and we call it as cancel culture. Cancel culture is something that you can easily cancel out everything or someone that you don't like. You just spread out the info, okay, I don't like this guy because blah, 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 blah. But for Gen Z, the other communities from Gen Z, online communities, they will easily trust the info. They don't check out from the other sources whether it's right or not. Okay, any of these, okay, may I know if you have any issue to get engagement from students if you organize any event? Is it difficult to get their participation? Yes. Compared to 5 years ago, is it same things or now it's getting harder? Harder, okay. It means that if you want to tackle them, you need to be like UTP, you hire someone to know about this generation and get engaged with them. So maybe the easiest way, I mean, I can give one example. If you want to know more, you need to get my consultation. You need to have like some sort of esports center. I think IUM, they have one esports launch. Is it? And it was organized by my previous company. I used to work in Realme smartphone, so we have this we have one spot for them to play esports. Because I think most of the universities, they have like a team of esports. So this is a good thing for you to tackle this engagement Gen Z. And next will be Gen A. Next. Okay, do you get your registration kit? The goodies bag? Can you take out, there is one red brochure. Yes. Not the orange, the red one. Yes. Everyone have one copy of that? So that's actually our brochure. You can take a look at that. So you can explore, we have like a sample of our work, sample of design. If you need any assistance in, like advertising, marketing, or digital marketing, you can always reach me out. Oh, looks like everyone is enjoying reading the brochure. Thank you. I just want to share, this is the case study that I did. Okay, basically, out of 16 institutions that registered for to participate in this event, 7 of them, they're being promoted on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Quora, and blogs by your former students and your current students. You need to, if you are aware of this, maybe you can use this as a good content for you to share and brag about your accommodation. And then 4 of them have their own Instagram profiles. 3 of you have active Google reviews, but most of you don't have this. Maybe you need to have a Google business presence, then it's easy for you. Like, let's say you want to look for this place, you Google Sunway House Student Residences, then they will appear all the info, contact numbers, reviews. That's actually what I'm talking about. But a lot of institutions participate today, they don't have any Google reviews. So it means that you don't have any presence on Google. You need to work on that. And then 2 institutions, they get a publicity from students sharing viral content online. This one, I'm talking from a good, positive viral content. Means that they are showing like they're happy staying here and it gets viral. I think one of them is they are talking like they are doing some makeover in the room. Looks like IKEA thing, like IKEA room something. And the good thing is 12 of the institution here, they have their own Facebook page to update on the info on the accommodation. Okay, this is I want to share the power of content marketing. So this is one of the case study from my client. Okay, I show you like 4 quarters. Quarter 4 to 2022 until the latest one, quarter 3, 2023. You can see that they started with a big budget. Before the campaign, they only have 89 followers. 89 followers. After third quarter, it increased to 2,268 followers. But if you don't use any boosting or some marketing strategies, it will remain at 89 followers even after a year or 2 years. So you need to tackle that to reach out to the bigger numbers. And the good thing is, when you have video content, they will increase your followers and engagement. The conversion rate that I want to share with you, when you have online presence, you will get the leads. So when you get the leads, you will get the number of conversion, and you can see the increase of conversion rate when you engage with them. But it won't be an overnight thing, like you just take some time to get engagement from them. Here are some of the example of the content that get a lot of engagement. This one is organic, not boosted, like video content, PSA awareness, real photos, and some of the dedicated awareness for the right audience lah. So basically for digital marketing, we will do the content to cater your audience and cater to your needs. And thank you, that's all from me. Any question related to digital marketing or social media presence or online engagement or anything about Gen Z, even though I'm not Gen Z? Do you have any questions? Oh, yes. How you handle the negative part of news from the students of the outsiders? Oh, negative comments. Okay, there's 2 ways. One way is it ups to the which platform they're using. Let's say it goes viral on Facebook and IG. You can either reply to the comment or give some like, this one you need to use your PR crisis management. So basically, but it's good to have it, to reply the content. If it's very difficult to handle, you can delete it. But you need to do some sort of crisis management. I need to check on what kind of issues that they're handling. But basically, from my perspective, for online, you need to be honest. If there is an issue viral, you need to react fast, and you need to react in the most appropriate way from the point of view from the audience. Because if not, it will get viral again.
Any more questions? No. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Salma, for that enlightening presentation. As our subject matter expert in digital marketing, advertising and communication, I'm sure she's a valuable resource for anyone here seeking her assistance in those areas. Please feel free to reach out to her for support. She is here to help every one of us. So now let's move on with our agenda. Please welcome Daniel Lee, our Strategic Director, who will discuss student accommodation design, adapting to climate change. Daniel will be addressing pressing issues like heat waves and air quality to create a better living environment for students. Let's give a warm welcome to Daniel.
Hi. So anyway, thank you for being here and welcome again to the Student Accommodation Summit. I'll be talking about adapting student accommodation design to climate change, okay? So, can we just? Okay, so the main reason why I'm presenting about this topic today is because I feel it is a very timely one. Our country is undergoing significant impact from climate change. We're talking about not only haze, we're talking about flash flooding, we're also talking about poor air quality as well as heat waves. Okay, we've all experienced it to various degrees, okay, around the country. So we'll be talking about 3 things today, which I would like to bring to your attention as student accommodation providers. Number 1, what is the climate change situation in Malaysia. This is just a summary of what's happening. Number two, we can look at how we can manage the effects of climate change on our residents in order to reduce or eliminate the impact of that. Okay? And the last one, what are the student accommodation design considerations that we should have, not only for future hostels that we build, but also for how to improve existing hostels as well. Okay? So I would like to read for you a quote, all right? This is the future that scientists have long warned about. Welcome to the climate crisis. Welcome to the future. Now, this was quoted from Dr. Renat Siu, who is the climate change advisor for the Center for Governance and Political Studies. Way back in October 2019, when KL was experiencing flash floods, very severe flash floods at the time. This is prophetic, you know, because it happened almost 4 years ago. This quote happened almost 4 years ago. And today, we are living the reality, unfortunately, okay? So climate change is real, no matter what people say. Okay, first of all, let's talk about heat waves, yeah? Now, let's look about our regional first, the regional area rather than just Malaysia. Now, the recent heat waves in Southeast Asia, which has happened in the early part of this year, was, I think all of us can agree, one of the most intense and prolonged in the recent memory, okay? This heat wave is actually exacerbated by climate change. That means it has prolonged high temperatures. We're looking at droughts and water shortages, okay? So this is a very significant event. Normally, heat waves occur from March to May annually, but then this year, especially, it has been exacerbated. Next slide, please. Okay, just a quick look at for example, in Thailand, temperatures have risen above 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Now, anybody in the audience can tell me, have they experienced more than 40 degrees Celsius before? Any show of hands? Nobody? Okay, 1. Okay, 2. Okay. So, 3, sorry. So I would dare say the majority of the people in this room have not experienced 40 degrees and above. I just want to share with you my own personal experience of how 40 degrees Celsius feels like. Okay? About 20 years ago, I was a student in Curtin University, which is based in Perth, Western Australia. Now, Perth, right, is surrounded by desert, okay? And they experience 4 seasons. Now, during the summer months, right, temperatures in Perth can go 40 degrees and above, okay? From a Malaysian, I've never experienced 40 degrees. So that was the first time I experienced 40 degrees and above. Now, as an I spend most of my time hiding indoors because it's so hot, okay? But out of curiosity, one day I stepped outdoors. I was still in the shade, okay? Like most Asian people like to hide in the shade. And as an experiment, I stuck out my hand. Okay, let's say here's the sunlight. I stick out my hand into the sunlight, my bare skin into the sunlight, just to feel what is 40 degrees Celsius like under direct sun. Okay, guess what? Within 10 seconds, I can feel my skin burning. Pain. Like fire, yeah. You can feel it, you know. Okay, you can feel it, you know. Then after a while, I just cannot tahan already. I pull back my skin. And then my hand, and then guess what? For the rest of the week, it turned darker than the other hand. But this is, seriously guys, this is exactly what 40 degrees Celsius feels like. It's no joke. It's really no joke. And the thing is, in Thailand, it hit above 40 degrees Celsius. I cannot imagine, honestly. Okay. So what happened in Thailand was that because of the temperature rise, there has been an increase in hospital admissions due to heat-related illnesses. Okay. And secondly, what had happened? Because it's so hot, everyone decided to cabut indoors and turn on the air conditioning. Okay. But unfortunately for Thailand, right, their electricity grid cannot take the huge increase in terms of electricity demand. So this result of an overloading of their system, ultimately causing blackouts. So can you imagine, the Thai people, right, have a double whammy. not only is it so hot that they want to retreat to aircon room, now there's no electricity, not even for the fan to be switched on. So it's a double whammy, you know. It's actually not a very pleasant situation to be in, okay? And in Cambodia, what happened was that the severe weather caused water shortages, which affected agricultural production and putting pressure on existing water resources. That means not enough water for everybody, even for daily use. Okay, this is actually has happened already. Now, the heat waves have caused significant economic consequences for the countries that I mentioned in our region, especially affecting tourism and agriculture. Now, this is especially significant for a country like Thailand, who relies a lot on tourism. Just a little fun fact, the world's most highly touristed spot in the world is in Phuket, Thailand. There are 120 tourists for every one local. That is the ratio, 120 to 1. To put it into context, in KL, there are 20 tourists to one, less than 20 tourists for one local. That is the difference, 6 times difference, okay? And that is why, for Thailand, if they have less tourists coming, right, it is a disaster. Honestly, it's a disaster, okay? And also, as I said, bad weather affects agricultural output, which means that food production is also impacted, okay? So, coming to our country, as you are aware, early part of this year, we were hit with a heat wave. Thank God, not all the whole country, but certain spots actually went above 40 degrees Celsius, also leading to heat-related illnesses and hospital admissions. We also suffer a second one. We had haze as well from the transboundary haze from Indonesia, affecting our air quality and also adding on not only to heat-related illnesses, but also respiratory illness as well, okay? Now, let's focus a bit more on haze. Now, the transboundary haze actually caused the air quality to deteriorate, meaning that the air pollutant index, or API, has actually reached unhealthy or hazardous levels in some areas. Now, haze can cause respiratory problems, eye problems. Just now, Dr. Shah saw me put some eye drops in my eye because my eyes were irritated outside, air quality. And also can aggravate existing heart and lung conditions as well, okay? So, and haze actually contains harmful pollutants like carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, as well as small particulate matter. Now, these are the ones that affect our lungs, and will have long-term negative health effects. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, haze does impact us not only on tourism, but also transportation and agriculture as well. Okay, now let's talk about flooding, okay? I'm just going to quote you again. We must now collectively recognize that these storms are now stronger than ever. These rains are now heavier than ever. And the damages that these daily storms are causing are now more costlier than ever. Again, quoted from Dr. Renard. He mentioned this in 2019. What he said is true. What happened in late 2022, if you recall, the Klang Valley floods was quite severe, right? So hence, what he said was prophetic. And he did mention, even back in 2019, that the KL floods were linked to climate change. So it got even worse over the last 2 years. Now, these are the impacts that we see of flooding, which is based on a study that was done by Monash University of major floodings that happened in Segamat, Johor. It is classified into 3 main areas. Number 1, the disruption of daily life. Number 2, the loss of assets. And number 3, mental and physical health. Now, these are the general ones that were done based on a study in Malaysia. But actually, from the perspective of student accommodation, we know that students experience all 3 as well. For example, disruption to daily life. Definitely due to flood, you are unable to attend school or class, correct? You are also going to experience a loss of water, electricity, and the most important one, loss of Wi-Fi services. Wow, that one terrible. Yeah. in terms of loss of assets, what I can see is that the students will definitely be impacted based on the belongings that they bring to the hostel, as well as those who drive vehicles and park at the hostel residence itself. But I think very significantly, we have to be aware of the mental and physical health aspect, the impact of the flooding. So what we look at is mosquito-borne diseases, okay? Death and injuries, diseases caused by poor water quality and sanitation, okay? Stress, anxiety, depression, and in some cases, the phobia of rain resulting in sleeplessness, especially during heavy downpour, okay? Now we come to the second part of my presentation, which is managing the effects of climate change on our residents, okay? So these will be split into the three main categories. How do we manage for heat waves, haze, and flooding, okay? Next slide, please. Now, for heat waves, okay, during a heat wave, it is essential to stay indoors as much as possible, especially during the hottest parts of the day. And if you really, it is necessary to go outside, it is only recommended to go during the coolest part of the day, which is early morning or the evening, okay? And when it's indoors, it is also best to ensure that both the windows and the doors are closed so that the hot air outside does not enter into the living space, okay? Next. Okay, now assuming of course our TMB grid can take it, it is also recommended to use air conditioning in order to cool down the interior of the living space. But if air conditioning is not available, for example, some of our hostels do not have air conditioning, it is best to use fans or even portable air conditioning units. You know, some of them, the mini ones, they use ice, you know, to cool down the space. But it's also important when using air conditioners that the air filter is cleaned or serviced regularly to ensure that the aircon is working at the highest efficiency, okay? Now, staying hydrated is another tip to use during a heat wave. We can always advise our students to drink as much water as possible, yeah? And it is also best to avoid sugary and alcoholic drinks because these two actually dehydrate the body, yeah? And, sorry, not yet. Hey, relax lah, bro. Okay, so, yeah, so when going outdoors, it's also recommended to bring along a bottle of water in order to stay hydrated whenever they are outdoors lah, okay? Sorry, okay, now we can go to the next slide. All right. Wearing the appropriate clothing is also recommended. For example, when it is very hot, loose-fitting or light-colored clothing that is made from breathable materials such as cotton, definitely highly recommended. It will not only keep the body cool, but also help from overheating as well. Okay? Now, for when the air quality is bad due to haze, it is important to monitor the API, okay, or the air pollutant index. Now, for APIs can be checked online or through the government websites. And if the API is high, above 100, which is already crossed to unhealthy, definitely it is recommended to stay indoors and avoid strenuous physical activity. Yeah? All right, next, please. Okay. If an air purifier is available, it's best to use it because it will help to remove pollutants from the air and improve air quality indoors. Okay? And if going out is needed, the use of N95 mask, not N94. N95 is the one that is recommended to be used whenever there is haze outside because haze is, I think the PMI is 2.5. The smallest one is 2.5. And only the N95 mask is able to filter out that kind of particulate matter. And of course, during a heat wave or haze, it's important to take care of one's personal health and monitor it. So for example, in regards to these two phenomena, if your symptoms have dizziness, nausea, or difficulty in breathing, you should seek medical attention. It is recommended to seek medical attention. And also get enough rest and avoid strenuous physical activity during the hottest part of the day. All right? In terms of flooding, okay, one thing we can recommend is to monitor the official website of Public Info Banjir by the Ministry of Natural Resources, yeah, and that's the website. So from there, you can actually see which areas are affected, what are the water levels like, and you can see a bird's eye view of what's happening in the country, okay? And lastly, for floods, as you're aware, there are many different impacts of flooding on our residents, as you can see from the previous study I've shown. Of course, I acknowledge that every campus is different. There are different mitigation factors that need to be put in. However, it is important for us to prepare flood management contingency plans in order to reduce the impact of flooding onto the residents, okay? So coming to the third section of my presentation, which is talking about student accommodation design considerations. Now, I'd like to talk to you about the passive cooling concept. Now, the passive cooling concept refers to design or strategies that enable the cooling of a building without using energy-intensive mechanical methods, okay? So that is why it's called passive. Okay, so it can cool it down naturally or using the properties of the material, which I will talk about a little bit more. Okay, so can we move on to the next one? Now the first one is building orientation. Now it is best when designing or planning for a new building to avoid the east and west orientation. As you're aware, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So if you have facades that face east or west, definitely you'll feel the higher effects of heat coming into the building. In a hot country like ours, it is especially important to look at a north-south orientation, okay, to avoid maximum exposure to the sunlight. Also, another consideration would be to get your architect or town planner to look at the wind, the natural wind directions that flow in the particular area that you want to build, to take advantage of the natural winds, the cross winds that actually go into the building as well. So building orientation is one of the things. Now, the another one we are going to talk about is shading. We are talking about roofs, awnings, and even mechanically adjustable shades that help to prevent direct sunlight entering into the building space. If you prevent direct sunlight from entering the building space, you will also directly reduce the heat that comes in, okay? Next. Natural ventilation. Now this one, the use of operable windows, roof vents, as well as I mentioned just now, openings, design openings in the building to take advantage of the natural airflows in your location will help to bring air in and cool down the building as well. Stagnant air actually heats up, especially when it's an enclosed area. Yeah? Okay, the next is insulation. Now, a lot of people think that insulation is about keeping out cold. Actually, it can work both ways. Yeah? Insulating materials can be very useful in both the walls and the roof of a building in order to prevent heat from coming in. Now, you want to see a closest example of where insulation is being used? You can just step outside here and you look up. On the roof above us where the atrium is, there's actually insulation being installed to prevent or minimize the heat that is directly on the roof entering into the atrium. So it helps to reduce the heat coming in and keep the temperature cooler. Okay? So we actually have a live example here. Now, thermal mass refers to the use of building materials that help to absorb heat during the day and disperse heat at the night time when it's cool. Now, three excellent building materials that can be used are concrete, stone, and bricks. So this is what we meant by thermal mass. Okay? It's not ideal to use timber or wood because it does not help to absorb heat and disperse it at the end of the day. Yeah? Okay. The use of green roofs and walls are becoming more and more popular in some building designs. What happened is that there actually will be vegetation that are installed directly on the walls or on the roofs of certain buildings Now, this helps to keep the building cool by, number one, providing shade, number two, cooling down the air that actually surrounds the building via exo-evaporation. Okay? This is another one, the use of light-colored materials such as white or natural light-colored materials. Now, of course, light colors absorb less heat compared to darker colors like black, and also helps to reflect some of the heat out as well. Okay? Now, let's talk about air purification. What kind of strategies that can be employed to purify the air, to keep air quality good indoors? First of all, would be the installation of air filtration systems. Yeah? So this is quite self-explanatory. A very cost-effective way of improving air quality would be to use indoor plants. Now, indoor plants, the good news is that it not only helps to provide oxygen and absorb carbon dioxide, certain plants are able to absorb volatile organic compounds or VOCs. Now, those who are not aware, VOCs, if you inhale it, it's actually will negatively affect your health because it affects your lungs. Okay, so certain plant species are able to absorb VOCs as well. Okay, and the use of materials indoors will also affect the air quality. Like for example, I mentioned about VOCs. Have you been to some furniture shops and you notice that your eye starts to water in certain areas? You notice that? That's the VOC we are talking about. It irritates the chemical smell. Sometimes it may not smell, but some got very strong chemical smell and it irritates your eyes, right? That's VOC, volatile organic compound. Now that is very bad for health and it affects air quality. So you need to choose materials that have low emissions of VOC, paints, certain paints, adhesives, gum, or sealants. There are some brands in the market which are they have low emissions of VOCs. Okay. Now we talked about how to improve air quality and also about heat dissipation. We're now talking about how to minimize or avoid the effects of flooding for our buildings. First of all, one tip is to construct a building at least 1 meter higher from the ground in order to prevent flood water from entering the building. The second would be to build flood barriers to control floods and contain water, as well as reduce the damage to properties. Number three, planting vegetation to retain extra water on landscapes, as well as terracing hillsides to slow the rainwater downhill. And number four would be to redesign existing drainage systems to make them both wider and deeper. Now, the majority of Malaysian drainage is actually quite shallow and is unable to handle very large volumes of water in a very short time. That's the reason why flash floods occur, especially in Taman Sri Muda in Klang. That's exactly what happened. Yeah? And of course, the implementation of protective works to prevent floodwater from entering into the entrance of underground basement car parks. This is especially important for buildings that are located in flood-prone areas like KL and Penang as well. Okay? So, in conclusion, it is essential for us as student accommodation providers to understand the impacts and the effects of climate change on our residents, buildings, and our students. Okay, we can't ignore it already. It is coming. We have to prepare for it. There are definitely measures that can be taken by us to prepare and to help our residents to go through and reduce the impact of the climate change on them. And lastly, climate change considerations should be a factor in not only in the design of future student accommodation, but also whenever enhancements are being done to existing student accommodation as well. Okay, so that's the end. Thank you. Any questions you'd like to ask before I move on? Yes. Sorry? Oh, you mean the emergency assembly point? Oh, okay, okay. That is still being done in consultation with Bomba, and they will be developed one, and it will be definitely outside of this building, where they saw the main entrance. That will be the future assembly point. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have not put that up yet. We have not put that up yet. But it will be put up. Okay. Any other questions in relation to climate change, the effects, or anyone want to say anything about it? No? Okay. Thank you so much, guys, for your time.
Thank you, Daniel, for your insightful presentation on adapting student accommodation design to climate change. Now, let's continue. I would like to invite Sri Velan, the Director of TIPS, to share his expertise on balancing good maintenance and cost management in student accommodation. His insight on maintaining quality while managing costs are crucial. Welcome, Sri Velan.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Still awake after lunch? Okay, that's good. At least half of you are awake. That's good. Firstly, I would like to say welcome and thank you for attending the 2023 Student Accommodation Summit. I would like to personally thank our representative for MAPUM, distinguished speakers, guests from various private and public institutions, and ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for being here today. Just to introduce myself, my name is Sri Velan. I'm actually the Director of Facilities Management, and I'm also one of the directors or co-founders of Total Integrated Property Solutions. I know it's a mouthful, but shorten it and we call ourselves as TIPS. So our role here at TIPS is basically to act as a subsidiary that supports both portfolios under the Purple House and also other entities in the area of facilities management and property management. So today I'm here with you to talk about, sorry, we can just go one topic behind. I'm here to talk about the art of balancing good maintenance and cost management. As most of you are already experienced enough in managing residences, will probably have faced a challenge where you have to really find a balance between keeping up with the rising costs and the challenges of maintaining your assets while balancing your budget. So this has always been a hot topic, and I would dare say it'll still remain a hot topic for some years to come, but I think it's good that we tackle this head on. So with that, I would like to start talking about this today. So basically today we're going to have a good understanding of what it means to have good maintenance. And we'll also talk about the general cost management conundrum, the headache that we have in terms of balancing the books with the need of ensuring good maintenance in your site. And we'll talk a little bit about asset lifecycle planning. This is vital. If you are in the field of property management or facilities management, this is absolutely crucial that you have good understanding of it, and which we will talk about it shortly. And of course, the art of balancing. I chose the word art because it's more of an art than it is a science. It really takes a lot of intuition, a lot of thinking, forward thinking, and strategic thinking to make sure that we strike a good balance. So it's something worth exploring. And definitely, I can't leave out the role of technology in achieving that balance. I think our distinguished sponsor from SpaceBasic has mentioned just now the role of AI in student residence and also specific to facilities maintenance. So it's something that it's worth exploring. And of course, last but not least, it's the topic about people and team culture, because none of the above is actually going to work if you don't hone the last item. So yeah, so without further ado, I would like to go on to the first topic. So the importance of good maintenance. what is good maintenance and why is good maintenance important? So as you can see, the whole idea of having the philosophy of good maintenance is actually for us to create a sustainable living environment. So sustainable living environment where an environment provides clean, comfortable, safe and habitable living conditions for our fellow residents and even working spaces. And when you are able to achieve that through good maintenance, you naturally elevate the quality of living and the quality of work environment. And both goes hand in hand. And basically what you're able to do is then elevate the standards, the living standards that you're then able to provide in your own residences or even your own workspaces. And by doing that, you're also technically optimizing your operational efficiency. Because as an institution or as a residence, a part of your budget actually goes into property management, maintaining your assets. So there is obviously an imperative need to make sure that you are running it at the most efficient manner possible. So through good maintenance, you're able to achieve that efficiency, that optimization, which it will end up contributing a lot to your bottom line. And by achieving that, you're also technically mitigating any exposure to any health and safety risks. That is actually by ensuring that the people under your care, in your assets, in your residence, are well taken care of because you know all your assets are in top-notch condition. So for example, if you have a firefighting system, and your firefighting system is well managed and well maintained, you know in case of an incident, you are able to actually safeguard, fight fire, and save people. So I think that is actually one classic example of how you're able to manage that risk factor. And having said that, good maintenance also comes with a mindset that we are able to adapt to the ever-changing needs and environments within our residential properties. So you need to cultivate a culture of change, a culture where you're constantly open and challenging yourself to new environments, new technologies, which we'll talk about more later. But essentially, it's that adaptability that will set you apart. And of course, by achieving all this, what you're technically doing, especially if you're an investment grade asset, you're actually driving the value of your asset. A good, well-maintained asset is a well-functioning asset. A well-functioning asset is a well-performing asset. And a well-performing asset is an asset that always increases in value. Yeah? So if you go down, next slide, we come to the cost management conundrum. Okay, fine. We've talked about the general concepts of good maintenance, but there's always an issue of cost. There's always the challenge, the pressure in terms of how do we manage costs and why we are not able to manage costs. So let's look at some of the areas of why cost is always an issue. So one of the sort of glaring issues is inadequate funds. I'm sure some of our friends from IPTA can agree that some of the biggest issues in managing our assets is actually inadequate funds. But the inadequate funds in some scenarios, in most scenarios, are outside our control. But there are some scenarios where it's within our control. It's just that sometimes the funds is misallocated or wrongly allocated to an area where it's unbalanced. But of course, having said that, sometimes the cost issue is also due to unrealistic expectations. We set very high standards, very high expectations, but the budget doesn't reflect that. The cost structures don't reflect that. So I think that is another area that we really have to ask ourselves. Are our expectations realistic? Or our budget realistic that allows us to have or set such objectives and such goals for ourselves? The other issue is actually the focus of short-term versus long-term. Now, there are scenarios where, if something is broken, we try to get it fixed as soon as possible. But sometimes the act of trying to get something done as soon as possible may not result in you fixing the problem in the long run. So something that happened as a knee-jerk reaction that you have to spend on something unknowingly becomes a force of habit and you just keep spending. And over the last 4 or 5 years, you realize that you've actually spent 3 times or 4 times more as opposed to what you would have done if you have carefully studied it and spent once. So sometimes, because of lack of foresight or perhaps of unaware of the long-term impact on the cost structure, and we take short-term measures, that could actually lead to a long-term cost conundrum. And last but not least is, of course, resistance to change. I mean, this is a natural part of being human. To a certain extent, all of us are resistant to change. Of course, there are varying degrees of that. I am guilty of that too, but the idea is to constantly challenge ourselves and to see where are we being resistant and where are we being able to sort of adapt to the changing environment. But I can say that one of the reasons why cost imbalance happens is because the management styles have not evolved, but the environment around them has evolved. So using old cost structures in new environment usually does not work and results in cost imbalance. Yeah. So how do we tackle this cost imbalance, shall I say good maintenance versus balancing costs? So before we look into the actual art of balancing, I think it's important that as resident managers or even as asset managers to understand the very essence of asset lifecycle planning. If I can have a raise of hands, how many of you have actually heard of this word, asset lifecycle planning? Can I have a raise of hands? Or how many of you have not heard about this word, asset lifecycle planning? You have not heard? Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, so we'll look at the definition here. So asset lifecycle planning is defined as, asset lifecycle planning is a strategic approach to managing the entire lifespan of asset within an organization, keyword, from acquisition to disposal. It involves planning, optimizing, and coordinating activities related to the asset to maximize their value, minimize costs, and to ensure effective use throughout their life cycle. In essence, what it says is that when you acquire an asset, or when you build a property, or when you buy an asset, you determine its useful life from cradle to grave. And you associate every single cost measure throughout that process. Can I have the next slide, please? So there are 5 stages to asset lifecycle planning. So here are the 5 stages. So the first stage is planning and acquisition. When you decide that you need to buy something, or you decide you need to acquire an asset. So for example, let's say your resident has a multipurpose hall, all right, probably the size of this area, and you need to buy a brand new HVAC system or a brand new air conditioning system. The first thing you will want to do is to size up that area and decide what the cooling capacity is, or in some case, the BTU capacity, the power ratings, the usage, who's going to use it, when are they going to use it, how long are they going to use it, and you start to define some parameters in terms of the use of the asset. And through that, then you start defining what is the actual sort of technical aspects that you want to look into, which then helps you to derive a plan and a budget. All right? Now, once you've gone through that phase, then the next step is for you to decide, who can I purchase this from? Who is qualified to sell me this piece of unit or aircon unit that I want to buy? So that all comes into the planning and acquisition phase. So that's the first stage. Now the second stage is that once you have decided to purchase the unit, you want to make sure that whoever is supplying that unit also has the necessary expertise and capabilities of installing and commissioning that asset. So that you got to make sure that it's installed properly, that once it's installed, it's able to work properly as intended, and you also want to make sure that whatever unit that you have purchased actually performs to what was originally promised. But here's the funny thing. I've, over the years, under the Purple House and TIPS, we have done a lot of projects. I can tell you hands down that when you work with architects, when you work with consultants, most of them look at stage 1, and at the most, they look at stage 2. Stage 3, the operations and maintenance of it. Stage 4, upgrades and modification. Stage 5, the decommissioning and disposal. is usually not present. You want to know why? Because most of project consultants, their responsibility finishes once the unit is installed and commissioned. They'll probably be there for another year during the warranty period, and after that, bye-bye. But we, as managers and caretakers of residents, we are left with whatever equipment or asset, and we have to manage it throughout its lifespan. So it's imperative, I cannot stress this enough, it's imperative that you as the property manager to be involved at the inception and to understand the cost structure, not only on stage 1, not only on stage 2, but to also assess the cost structure that involves in the operational and maintenance of the equipment, to understand what does it take to own that asset and to spend on it on a regular basis, to make sure that the asset is well serviced and well maintained, and the cost structures for that. Along the way, it may require some upgrades, it may require some repairs and replacements and some modification so that it can continue to perform and provide value. And that cost also has to be predetermined upfront. And last but not least, the decommissioning and disposal of the asset. This is something that most of us don't think of. And I gotta be honest, I learned that the hard way too, all right? So I'll share a little story about this shortly, but essentially you will actually have to take into consideration of the cost of decommissioning and disposal of an asset even before you purchase it. Now, the beauty of it is that when you have factored all these costs in, it gives you a holistic approach of what is the total ownership of the cost from start to finish. And you then have the power to decide when you want to spend, how much you want to spend, and where exactly you need to spend it throughout that life, which gives you a far better insight on your cash flow management. So, coming back to point number 5, the funny story is that some years back, we were refurbishing the first phase of the residence waterfront, and we were converting an existing badminton court to what it is now as a student lounge. So when the badminton court was first built, and it was planned and designed by the project team, it was a standard 3-court badminton court. But surprisingly, what we found out is that the badminton court was equipped with 4 individual dedicated AHUs, each 10 horsepower capabilities, the power rating, which technically, that means for that one badminton court, you get 40 horsepower worth of air conditioning system. In my opinion, it was an overkill, all right? So what happened was when we were doing the modification, when we were doing the renovation, we realized that we could not use that equipment because it didn't fit the intended purpose of the renovation. So we had to, of course, decommission and dispose. But the funny thing is, the way the air conditioning was installed and the HVAC units was installed, it was installed in such a manner where it was not easy to access. And each unit weighed approximately 1.5 tons. So to dismantle 4 units, that's about 6 tons. And because of its hidden location, we had to hire your standard 8-tonner crane couldn't do. We hired a 16-tonner, that couldn't do. We brought in a 50-tonner crane, and we had to do the job overnight because it's obstructing traffic. And bringing the heavy machinery in, there's a lot of coordination, a lot of cost involved. And here's the best part, after dismantling it, I spent about 2 years trying to look for a suitable buyer to sell that unit as second-hand. Yeah, because we couldn't use it, all right? 4 big AHUs. But the problem was that it was not an efficient AHU. It was high energy consuming AHU, was an old design that no new buildings wanted to buy. And it was sitting in my store for 2 years. And finally, I decided to sell each of them for 250 ringgit as bersikarat. Scrap metal. You see? Because the people who designed people who designed the area, people who decided to buy that equipment, did not take into consideration item 3, item 4, item 5. And most of the time, the operators are the one who have left handling with it. So when we renovated that area and we introduced a new HVAC system, we went with a modular VRV system, which is a lot more lighter in its weight, a lot more compact, and is placed in such a point where if tomorrow, if I want to replace weight, I don't need a 50-tonner crane, a standard 8-tonner crane would do. And it will reduce my cost significantly. In fact, I don't even need a crane. I send people up, dismantle it, bring it piece by piece. Because we have factored the entire cost planning from stage 1 up to stage 5 at the beginning, all right? I mean, we have done a lot of exercise in the area of asset lifecycle planning. That was just one example. So yeah, so I'll move on. So basically, asset lifecycle planning means is that it involves strategic decision making to optimize performance, manage risk, and control costs at each and every level, the 5 levels that we talked about. And the goal is simple. It's basically to maximize the value of asset ownership while minimizing the total cost of ownership. That's it. So that's as far as life cycle planning, asset life cycle planning is concerned. So when you actually go through the process effectively, and when you actually use all your technical, operational, and your general experience as a property manager or facilities manager to acquire an asset and go through the process, you'll be able to find yourself making very strategic decisions because you actually know what it means to own a particular asset from start to finish, which then allows you to plan your budget properly, to plan your operations properly, and will actually help you to maximize your operation efficiency. And by doing that, you naturally also be compliant to any legal or regulation requirement, which helps you protect yourself from any unnecessary risks. And if you are actually a manager of multiple properties or portfolio of properties, you are able to then make sure that all your portfolios are optimized from an investment standpoint, which technically then provides you long-term financial sustainability. Because we all know in the game of property, and especially if you are in the student accommodation business, it's a long-term game. It's never a short-term game. It's not something like you start after 3 years, you make your money and go. You have to look 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, sometimes even 30 years. Some of us may not even be around, but the hostel will still be around. So our planning has to be up and beyond that, you know? So I think that's where the whole concept of asset lifecycle planning comes in. I do. All right, the art of balancing. Now there's a specific reason why I chose that photo, yeah? Let me explain that a bit. Because if you are a property manager, if you are a facilities manager, you are the ball. The expectation for you to perform yet manage costs is the elephant, because that's the pressure you're on, you know? So it's not easy. But I would like to share a thing or two that we have learned over the years. And we realized that it's never a science, it's an art. And how it is defined is that the art of balancing is basically an act that involves harmonizing the need for effective property maintenance with the imperative to manage costs prudently. Or you can also say that it's a strategic and holistic approach considering both the immediate and long-term implications of the property's overall value and financial well-being. So it's a balance. It's a balance between having a well-maintained asset while having a balance of well-maintained P&L or a balance sheet, you know? So how do we do it? So there are many ways, but I would like to share 6 critical points that I think it's important. So first, as we have talked earlier, is to have a good understanding of your asset lifecycle planning, which is basically your cost analysis throughout the life of the asset. The second is actually through proactive maintenance planning. So most of you would have heard about planned preventive maintenance, where you are actually scheduling your maintenance in advance, and you are actually pre-planning all your service intervals and making sure that everything is serviced and maintained before it breaks down. So it's preventive in nature. and to also make sure that you have scheduled upkeep and inspection to make sure that whatever needs to operate is operational and not broken. So through that, you are able to sort of stabilize and mitigate any unforeseen breakdowns. The third is integration of technology. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later on, but essentially, this is inevitable. The future is that there has to be integration of tech-based solutions in the realm of real estate management, whether you're managing residential assets, university assets, commercial assets, industrial assets. This is here to stay. And I think it's important that we embrace it and we find ways to integrate that to our day-to-day operation, which we then can start seeing value, not only to ourselves as managers, but to the end users, i.e. the residents, or even the tenants. The one way of balancing is also through vendor contract management. So a lot of us have this process where we tend to outsource certain functions. I think today, the gentleman there actually asked me, so do we perform all our maintenance services in-house or do we outsource? The answer is both. There are some critical work that we insource and some we outsource to specialist contractors. So when you start outsourcing, you naturally enter into a service contract, all right? So, but entering into a service contract and letting them do the job is not good enough. You need to have a mechanism where you are able to periodically review and see whether you are actually getting the best value for money. Or if you're entering into a scenario where you're unsure of the longevity of the service or the need for the service in the long term, then you should also consider entering into flexible contract arrangements, which gives you the option to exit if you think that the service is no longer meeting your business requirements. So I think these are some very important aspects in sort of managing commercial relations with external third-party service providers. I'm sure in most of your institutes you have them, and I would strongly encourage that you review them on a periodic basis, because this becomes a very important tool for you to manage your cost. And the other thing I want to talk about is tenant education. I think today I had a conversation with a gentleman from Lim Kok Wing, and we were talking about the need to educate our tenants or residents and how we can actually manage expectation. Now, I think this is actually a very important aspect. Frankly speaking, I think we don't do this enough, but I would think that as part of us being proactive on our end to make sure that all assets are managed properly, I think the users themselves have to be educated to bear some amount of responsibility in terms of how they occupy and use these assets. By educating them, by providing them with, with insights, I can guarantee you that you will start to see a lot of value. And in fact, you will start to see a lot of commitment and a lot of cooperation with your tenants, because they can actually see what it takes to actually maintain and manage a property. And it has to be on a condition that is livable. So, and who knows, sometimes it's not just about us educating the tenants, sometimes it's about tenant educating us, because there are things that they know that we don't. So it's only through this exchange or this engagement that you're actually able to identify what exactly is it that your residents need. Because sometimes you may think, oh, I have a solution for them, but they may think that solution is not necessary. So I think this is where we create engagement, yeah? And of course, last is to have regular reviews and adjustments over your contracts, as I mentioned, and also your own internal SOPs and policies. So sometimes the policies is there as a policy, but the policy may not reflect the current condition. So we had a policy before COVID as far as maintenance is concerned, but we had to make a lot of adjustments during the COVID period. And some of those policies and adjustments actually made us realize that we can actually work a lot more efficiently than what we were before. Where we were doing manual processes, we started digitalizing it. Where we started receiving manual complaints in terms of lights broken. We started receiving, say, Google Forms through QR codes. Yes, it's manual. You don't have a tech platform for it yet. All right, okay, so yeah, so in a nutshell, guys, basically what we're trying to say is that the art of balancing, I'm sure some of you have other techniques as well, but this is what I think is important. And I think if you're able to tackle some of this, you should be able to at least have a workable budget in managing your assets, Ideal, next slide, please. So, as I was saying, the role of technology in achieving that balance. So this gets interesting. So if we go to the next slide, what we will look here, okay, what is the purpose of technology in the realm of real estate? Basically, or the realm of residence real estate, basically the purpose of technology should be to create a responsive environment that adapts to the need of its occupants, fostering a dynamic and intelligent living or working space. Period. That's it. Full stop. Either if you can go one slide back, please. Yeah, so basically what we're trying to say is that technology should exist purely to bring people together through effective communication, through sharing of dynamic, intelligent information, and to create an environment where people can communicate easily, interact easily, without any obstacles whatsoever. So, naturally, when you have a technology that works, you're able to break down the barriers of communication, for one. And you're able to sort of elevate your service levels and your offerings to your residents. So, how I'm going to explain this like this. I'm going to sort of perhaps narrate a story. In fact, while I was preparing this slide, this thought came to mind. So I just want you all to imagine for a second that you live in a highly advanced, automated, or highly advanced and highly technologically savvy residence. So imagine if you are a tenant in, let's say, Block C, Level 5, Room 10, and your light bulb in your room stopped working. All right, it's daytime, you've got an assignment coming up at night, and you need to work. And what you do, you take out your phone, there's an app, you dial that app, the app has an integrated video call or a virtual reality call or whatever, where you're able to ping and talk to someone in the office. It's interactive. And you say, hey, then somebody picks up, and then the person says, hey, hello, say, hi, I'm so-and-so from this room. Hey, I just want to let you know that my light bulb in my room is not working. Yeah, by the way, this is the light bulb. I snap a photo. And then the person who's the other end of the video, who's most probably a maintenance staff or an admin staff, they say, okay, yeah, thank you for letting us know. Yeah, we'll look into it. But as soon as that call ends, the system is smart enough to pick up cues from the conversation. The AI that backs it, which is backed up by the system, basically takes keywords like the caller's name, the caller's room details, the fact that she mentioned that a particular light bulb has gone kaput, and that she needs it replaced by 7 p.m. tonight because she needs to do her assignment. Everything gets logged in a call log. And the AI starts automatically processing and sends out work order automatically to the technician who receives the call. It says, please replace light bulb in room 5, or level 5, room 10, so-and-so, and make sure the replacement is done by 6 p.m. today. Go to the store location A, go to aisle 5, row 15, pick up light bulb, so-and-so. It already picks up the light specification in her room because the data is already in the system. And it already pings a module to the live inventory record to say that a particular light bulb has been removed by this technician, so it minus off your stock balance. And the technician then goes up to the room, gets the light bulb fixed, he takes a record and says, job done. And the administrator who picked up the call gets a notification that the job is done. The tenant who logged the complaint who made the video call gets a ping and says, my light bulb is working, and the job is done. And a ticket is then automatically created and automatically closed. Now, this is a hypothetical situation. But imagine an environment where technology plays a vital role in handling your maintenance case. So by looking at that, essentially that scenario, what technology has done, it has enhanced the communication and collaboration between the person who lodged the complaint to the person who received the complaint to the person who actually went and did the job. Technology has efficiently done the maintenance tracking because through the system, you are now able to track which light bulb has gone out from which store, location, which row, which aisle, and we know what is the latest stock balance. And even if it's smart enough, you can even do the accounting, you can knock off against your inventory stock and charge out to your P&L. So your accounting side treatment is also done. So third, it is a data-driven decision-making because the call log was recorded and the AI was able to generate cues and make decisions to say that a light bulb needed to replace just by understanding the conversation between the tenant and the administrator. Predictive analytics for cost forecasting. Now the stock has gone. If the stock is low, an automatic stock reordering can happen. And remote monitoring and management. All this was done via a call log without the resident having to leave his or her room. And continuous improvement through the machine learning. Let's say the technician went and picked the light bulb. The light bulb was supposed to be white color. Alamak, it became warm white or yellow light. Suddenly cannot study. Suddenly the mood is like they want to sleep. So they cannot, oh, you got me the wrong light. So the machine knows that it made a mistake. Instead of ordering the white color light, which is cool daylight, it went and asked the technician to pick up from a wrong aisle. So next time the machine can learn. So this, again, is a hypothetical scenario, but imagine an environment where it's fully integrated. And I think this is where I'm drawing the point to what Ms. Madhavi had mentioned from SpaceBasic, the power of AI and the integration to your existing workflow. This is how efficient it could be. Now, will it replace jobs in FM? I don't think so. I know some of you had some conversation, oh, will AI take over my job? Yeah, I don't think so. I think what it does is that it value adds by taking redundant work and allows the human to do more value-added work and to provide quality service to the end tenant. So again, it's my view of how technology will play a role. I don't know whether you agree with me or you don't, but I can certainly say that it's quite imperative that if you have technology, it will definitely elevate your standard of living. I mean, if you're a resident in that kind of environment, wouldn't you be happy? I know I would, yeah? So basically that's the key benefit of having technology, and I think AI would definitely be the forefront of that. Next, Aidil. So, whatever we mentioned, that's all great, but end of the day, to get things going, it all boils down to this element, the people and the team culture. So if you really look at what it actually means, it all starts with leadership. The leadership has to provide strategic direction to the team as to where we are going. So as far as any property managers or anyone in charge of managing your facilities, you need to have the long-term horizon. Okay, what do you need in next, not today or tomorrow, but you have to look years down the road. And your planning has to be long-term. And you got to make sure that you instill a culture of adaptability, where you build a culture that embraces change and the willingness to change. And like I've mentioned earlier, advancement through technology, or how Audi calls their tagline, Vorsprung durch Technik. Yeah, so basically it means advancement through technology. So you have to have a continuous innovation, and you have to have motivation to explore technology to improve your processes on a continuous basis. clear communication is extremely important. Even in today's environment, you can say A, your team can understand B, the actual work done is C. And then the actual result is somewhere B, C, D mixed is end up D. I mean, all of us have been in that scenario before, right? So the fundamental is clear communication, because only through clear communication can you set clear goals and expectations, which then drives the objectives. But more importantly, what we we sometimes underestimate, clear communication also provides transparency. And only through transparency you're able to instill trust with your team. And this investment in relationship is something that I personally believe a lot. You really have to invest in the relationship of your people. And to me, it's not just about the people that's within the organization, but also people that we work outside of the organization. That's whether it's a vendor, whether it's a service provider, whether it's a consultant, whether it's an affiliate. End of the day, you are working in a codependent environment, especially if you are in the business of property management. You are definitely dependent on a lot of support from a lot of vendors. Establishing long-lasting relationships will actually value add, both financially and non-financially. So I think that's very important. And lastly is team commitment. Without this, you can have the best of plans, you can have the best of objectives, but without a committed team, you're not going to go anywhere, right? So I think these are the cornerstones of what makes a great team, and these are the cornerstones for success. And utilizing this with whatever that we have just discussed should give you a good starting point to start getting the balance between good maintenance and cost management. Yeah. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope I've shared enough, but any questions so far? Anything that anybody wants to ask at this point? Okay. All right. Anyway, so thank you so much for your time today. And if there's anything that pops up in your head, we are around. Just come and say hello. I'm happy to have a conversation with you. But if there's nothing else, then I would say thank you. All right.
Thank you, Sri. So, as we continue to explore the diverse university student landscape, we have an engaging session lineup. Sally Chen will moderate a panel discussion on understanding Chinese international students. Now, this discussion is crucial because Chinese international students make up a significant portion of Malaysian universities, accounting to 43% of student visa applications in 2022. Just a brief introduction on our moderator, Sally Chen. Sally, born and raised in China, holds a bachelor's degree from Jilin University and Otago University and an honors master's degree from the University of Sydney. She's a chartered accountant with a background in finance and entrepreneurship. As a former international student in Australia and New Zealand, she understands their perspective intimately. So let's please welcome Sally as she leads this important discussion on supporting Chinese international students.
I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the Purple House team. I know that they're everywhere, okay, but we actually, like we are in student housing or managed housing, so we actually don't have expertise in organizing events like this, okay? So for anything that we've missed out of, done not so well today, please forgive us. And I would also like to thank the whole team pretty much actually, for those ones who were not here today physically because they were not able to make it, but they really contribute. They are, after hours or even over the weekend to prepare everything over here, So just to actually say thank you to you guys. I have done a wonderful job. Yeah. Well, okay, so I just want to link back to what has happened today. So we talked about student support and care in the morning. And then we also look into the hardware, so how do we future-proof our buildings, to in response to climate change, for example, and how do we actually take care of communication with students or with the public at large, and how do we manage Gen Z effectively, and how do we manage our building effectively to also take into cost consideration. So all this, I think it is, I hope that you enjoy the topics, and I just want to actually touch a little bit about what Dr. Shah was talking about this morning, talking about we might be replaced by AI or technology, right? So I personally believe in some sense, yes, some roles and some functions will be taken over by AI because they can just do so much better than us. But however, I don't believe that we will be out of job for two reasons, okay? I actually attended this International Public Employment Forum last week in KLCC Convention Center, and I would like to share this new info I got from the forum. It is actually provided by the World Economic Forum. It predicts that 85 million jobs will go away in the next 4 years. 85 million jobs. But however, 97 million new jobs will be created to replace that 85 million. So imagine that. So it is actually about upskilling. It's actually about repurposing. So what can we do as human beings? We are so much better than machines, AI, and technology. And then how do we now focus our time on things that we so important, but we never got time to do? Now, since machines taken over some repetitive routine functions, and how can we then focus on, maybe now we have time to talk to students one-on-one. Maybe now we can really look into deeper matters like our Mr. Sarah talking about understanding our students even better at much deeper level. So those things I think we can of course leverage over AI, but human, I believe that it cannot be replaced. The second reason I don't believe that we will be out of job, because you really think about students, right? Okay, students, we want more student engagement, but however, what is the primary objective of students coming to university? We talk about it is to get their degree, academic achievements, as well as their future career readiness. So their primary purpose, it is not to run the residence as much as they want, as much as they're capable of. That's our job and responsibility. So we get their involvement in as much as we can, but ultimately, we are the one who will take a university, and also I would say a resident team will be the one who take care of their well-being and take the ownership of the asset, running and planning for the life cycle of the asset, like requisition. So therefore, I do not believe that we'll be out of job, guys, as long as we can actually learn and grow together over the next few years and next decade, right? So we won't be. Okay, coming back to today's topic. Our topic today, it is understanding Chinese international students. I have a fantastic panel here with me, and we were all sitting here, so we're supporting each other, right? Otherwise, we'll be so nervous. I will be introducing them one by one from the youngest member of the panel speakers. 1 second, huh, guys? I'm trying to go environmental today, so I didn't print down my notes, but it's just takes some time to get used to. Well, I would like to introduce Li Hewen as our youngest panelist. Okay, she is a mainland Chinese student, and as she relocated to Malaysia many years ago at a very young age with a family, at the age of 9, if I'm not mistaken, and she also started her journey navigating Malaysian education system. And she attended an international school, Chinese primary school, an independent secondary school, and a government secondary school. So she actually been to all type of schools in Malaysia, maybe more exposure than local students in Malaysia, isn't it? And she excelled in both SPM and STPM. And she's now an undergraduate student at Monash, Malaysia, and she also serves as a student leader at Sunway House Waterfront Residence. Well, in terms of language, she's fluent in English, Mandarin, and Malay, Bahasa Malaya. And her one's journey is a testament of the transformative power of education and cross-cultural exposure or experiences. And I have no doubt she will find her way to make a great impact difference in her near future. So that's actually, give a round of applause to welcome Lee He-wen. Our next panelist is Mr. Elvin T. Elvin is a manager of International Service Department at City University and is a member of Education Association between Malaysia and China. Elvin has been involved in the international student management since 2013. He's actively promoting the interaction and cultural understanding between Malaysia and China. He's passionate in helping students. In his role at City University, he has served more than 1,000 students from China. And in terms of the enrollment, study, graduation, rotating matters. So he's very, very experienced in his field. And can we just give a round of applause to Elvin? Thank you, Elvin, for joining us. And our last speaker, Kelly He Dan. She's a founding director of her own company, MCHES, a professional international institution. Kelly studied in Malaysia and received a bachelor and master degrees from the University of Greenwich, UK, through a training program. And she has been working in Malaysia since graduation. And she's a PhD candidate at this moment with UKM. Kelly's company provides education consulting services as well as academic and English training. Her team aims to promote youth and academic exchanges and educational cooperation between Malaysia and China. Based on her experience as an international student herself, Kelly has developed practical solutions for Chinese students. She serves more than 100 Chinese international students every year. And then her training workshops have helped over 1,000 Chinese international students so far. So it's absolutely remarkable, Kelly. So we have 3 panel speakers today. One, it is a current international student. And then we actually have one, Elvin is actually working at university, is actually receiving and helping Chinese international students to adapt. And we also have Kelly, she's pretty much work and experience on both sides. So I believe that I have a wonderful panel here, and I can't wait to hearing from them, their sharing, right? All right. What I will do is I will actually ask the panel to share their views on this main topic, and then we will actually bouncing questions, okay? So if you have any question, I think there's a QR code just now. You can always just stand up or raise your hand or just ask for the mic and to ask questions. We want this session to be as interactive as possible because it's the last session of the day. Okay. I probably start with He-wen. Would that be okay with you? Okay, so this is the mic. Yeah, just share what your observation, your views on this main topic. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today. So my name is Lee He-wen. I am currently
student, year 1 student, and I study in Monash University, major in digital media and communication, minor in psychology. So as a international student myself, I kind of experience, I would say, the full package of Malaysian educational system. And I find it like really interesting, and I think it really enriches my experience overall. That's all from me.
And maybe like I will ask next one, maybe Alvin. Alvin, do you want to share your views on this main topic?
Okay, thank you for the Purpose House and Miss Sally to invite us to have a sharing section over here. So my main concern is that to work together or in this industry, I mean to boost up the services, and we are represent for the Malaysia actually. So this is a topic. My concern is to how to help each other to boost better services for as a representative of the Malaysia to China students. So this is the range of we are talking about.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sally, inviting me sharing something about the international Chinese student. I will share about from two sides about Chinese student. One side is daily life, and one side is about academic study. Thank you.
They briefly share. I think they are excited to share with you through the Q&A session and the questions who are bouncing around. So I think one thing is Malaysia. We all know Malaysia has become an education hub, a very popular one in the Southeast Asia region. And so while this competition between institutions within the country, I believe that as a whole, we want to actually uplift the standard of higher education in Malaysia so that we can compete with the countries, other countries in Southeast Asia and also in a bigger region that we're looking at. For example, our neighboring country, Singapore and Australia. And so we don't want to compete only based on affordability. We want to compete based on our education quality and also based on the support and care that we provide to the students. To understand China students better, I would like to actually bounce this question to our panelists. What are the advantages? We're talking about education. What are the advantages, in your opinion, for Chinese international students to come to Malaysia to further their study? I will pass the mic to Kelly. Okay, why is it popular? What are the advantages? Or, in your opinion, that China students would like to come?
Yeah. I think most of them choose Malaysia and continue their study due to the lower expenses. Yeah, and like as me, I can study in Malaysia, but I can get the UK certificate. So this is the biggest advantage in studying in Malaysia, I think. And another side, the distance is a big reason. Because from China to Malaysia is too short. The airline is too short, just 4 hours from Guangzhou to KL. So I think most of them choose this. Of the parents consider this, and the safety and the expensive. Just like this, yeah.
Kelly mentioned about the quality of education, of course, the level of education and at the end, the qualification they will get, and as well as the geographical location of Malaysia. So it's rather close to China. If you're from southern part of China, it is like you're going to another state in China. So that convenience cannot beat. And Alvin, in your opinion, is there any other advantages?
Hello. Okay, actually our advantages as Malaysians education provider is that we are well maintenance of our own cultures. We have our own unique cultures that the other places only have solo. So it means that we are multicultural. We have Indian, Chinese, Malaysian. We have Bumi Putra as well. All this is created our Malaysia's favor. the thing is that in China, yes, they also are unified. But though they also have a very multicultural, they have also, but still back to only one single languages, multi-languages. But we here is that we are allowed to speak any languages that as you want. Today, I just want to mix together with in Malay, in Chinese, English, doesn't matter. But the thing is that we need to stand unity to tell the world. The problem is that we are facing is that everyone is unique, but we cannot unify. So the thing is that how to promote Malaysia getting better is that we have to unify together to tell the people how we multicultural. So this is I think our strength is that we can tell people we are proud with Malaysians multicultural. Wow, yes, we are just a small country compared with China, but still we are telling the positive manners to the people and tell the China people. So this is one of the attraction point that our strength and our advantage to tell the people, please welcome to our Malaysia. So it's not only open for China, but we also open for other countries as well.
Yeah, of course. I think Malaysia, I've been here for more than a decade. I totally agree with Elvin. In terms of cultural richness, and I would say Malaysian Chinese here, for example, you actually, they keep the culture, I would say customs, better than most part of China, that we kind of evolve and certain things that we don't do anymore. But you come to Malaysia, well, that's what they talk about in books. And so I think that thing that you actually kept very, very well. And then, of course, language and even cuisine, food. And those things, I would say it's really rich. And then how do people actually from very different cultural background can live in harmony and can excel in harmony. So that's something that Malaysia would like to showcase the world, right? Elvin, thank you very much. And He-Wen, what do you think? You've been here since 9 years old.
Yes, that's right. I do agree with Elvin about his speech about like how cultural diverse Malaysia is. But I, at the same time, also think like Malaysia is kind of like a soft landing for a lot of international students. Like imagine if you just, for a native mainland China students, and then if you go to Western countries straight away, I would say there will be like a huge language barrier and cultural shock for you. But then if you come to Malaysia, with Malaysia is so cultural diverse, even though you can't speak English that well, I would say you can still like speak Mandarin, you can still pretty much survive here, right? Yes, and then in terms of the food-wise, we have like so many Chinese food, offered by Malaysian, like, like Chinese food. I would say it's a soft landing spot. It's a more stepping out of your comfort zone, but not like stepping it out completely. Yes.
That's actually a very interesting point. And okay, now I would like to ask Kelly a question. So Kelly, she studied here, so which means, I would say, He-Wen, you chose to study in Malaysia. It's not your personal choice, right? So you just relocated with your family. But Kelly, you actually chose Malaysia to study. That's your choice, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can I ask you, in the eyes of Chinese international students, do they prefer, is there any preference in terms of public university, private university, or foreign branches, the branches of foreign university in Malaysia? Is there any preference, or actually, well, it depends on the individual preferences or choices?
Yeah, actually, I came to Malaysia 50 years ago. In that time, I only can choose private university in that time. But now, recently, yes, most of them prefer choose public university because they focus on the QS ranking. Yeah, for QS ranking is a big reason for them to choose the university. And that's where help for them go back China, the opportunity to get a good job. And some companies, some government apartment focus the ranking. So recently, yes, most of Chinese students prefer choose public university. Yeah. Actually, like
Excellent. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting, and that explains why USM has the most Chinese international students out of all. Right, okay. Congratulations, guys. Okay, well, I'm going to move on to the next topic. So here we are trying to explore ways to better support Chinese international students. So let's understand the challenges they face. So maybe I will start with Alvin. Okay, so what are the challenges you observed Chinese students, Chinese international students face when they come to Malaysia to study?
Okay, basically, I just, based on my experience, is that I'm doing a map, a simple dictionary map for our China student. So-called the map is not to tell you that how do you go KLCC. It's to tell you how to safely landed to our Malaysia and until safety to our class. Of course, this is a long journey. It's not easy. It's a how to say, because I was starting involved this higher education since 2013. So I was combined all my experience included, like I sent them to hospital, I saved them from the jail, and until I just be frank to you guys. The problem is that our Malaysia doesn't have a very clear map for our China student. Because the problem is that once they arrive, yes, we will tell you, okay, you come KLA1, but where? So the problem is after KLA1, where you go? Where? So where you going to find your hostel? Where? But in China, it's totally different. China, once you arrive, everything is already informed you. You will have a simple apps. You will simply have a guidebook. Everything is tell you, okay, please be safe. Don't go out alone by yourself. Of course, most important, don't be involved in all the scammer activities. So they will tell you all these things. But our problem, Malaysia, is that we are too busy our internal job. I have to be frank to say that we need to spend time to sit down to understand. So like I'm doing with my China student is that we already have come up with a clear guidebook to tell the student, okay, from your starting application until your graduations, we already tell you, okay, roughly about what happening in your university. But in your personal life, we won't touch about that, but we just roughly invite to guide you where you call your embassy, where you call your police, who's the person that you can trust. So all this is talking about the communications, two-way communication. So the most important is that we need to provide a clear map for our China students to clear their obstacles. So this is what they're always asking. I mean, the challenges as a China student.
So it's like a briefing, maybe in different ways, in handbook or in digital way, or actually a briefing session or some interactive programs when they just arrive, isn't it? I think that also touched on something that something different for people in China. You guys know that in China you actually don't have access to Google, WhatsApp, and Facebook. So it's so easy for us to just search the university and accommodation around using Google, isn't it? But if you're in China, they're using Baidu, right? So, but then Baidu might not have how to say as detailed information as updating information as Google in terms of outside of China, the map. So therefore, the China students are a little bit handicapped before they come over, I would say, right? So Kelly, would you actually like to share with us a little bit of this kind of barrier before they come over? So in terms of information, in terms of maybe a digital platform for them to get information?
Yeah, actually, before they came to Malaysia, I think even though they couldn't use Google or Facebook, but they can use another apps like Xiaohongshu, you know that. Young people always use these apps, Xiaohongshu and some WeChat official can search many information about the accommodation, transportation, and cuisine, such as like. So I think this is not a big problem for them. Yeah.
There's some information on the little red book, right? Okay, so but if there's not, I think maybe there's something for us for you to consider as well. Maybe you engage your Chinese students, Chinese international students, to maybe post some helpful information on those Chinese media, social media platform. You know, don't need to have too much, but if some informative information about your institution, and then what they need to pack before they come over here, that would be helpful, I believe. Okay, well, one of the things that I heard so much about is language barrier. Right, so you know, just now Alvin mentioned that in China we actually speak Mandarin, majority of us, and that's actually the language that we use in school, in our family, and we have dialect, you know, different type of states. But Mandarin is widely used and spoken. And so when they come over here, they need to use English, right? So He-Wen, can you share with us, when you just came over many years ago, did you have this language barrier? And how did you overcome it?
Yes, I think language barrier is definitely one of the main challenges faced by international students, especially for Chinese international students. Because I would say if you are a student from Sri Lanka, if you're from India, English is probably your first language or probably your second language. But for Chinese students, it works a bit different because English is definitely included in our curriculum during the secondary school, but then somehow I would say there is like a poor environment in terms of like actually learn how to speak proper English. So I think when I first came over, I was like 9, and then my mom, she just threw me into international school, and I was the only China girl over there, and then like and at our school they have like this weird, I would say, rule. If you speak Chinese, they will fine you like 50 ringgit for that. Yes, that's expensive for speaking Chinese, right? So it wasn't easy because I constantly feel like a fool. You know, I was like 9, I don't know what to do. People around me all speak like excellent English, and they're like mixed race, and I'm like the only China girl there. But yeah, I think I would say it's a blessing in disguise. Yes.
You actually, you were scared, right?
Definitely.
And what did you do exactly for you to overcome that language barrier fast? I know that you actually pick it up very fast. That's why your mom threw you into another school, isn't it? So you did so well in English. So your mom said, okay, now you learned Bahasa Malayu. So you throw you into a government school. So how did you quickly overcome the language barrier? What is your tip? What are tips you want to share?
I would say make more friends, I guess.
Yes. Make more friends.
Do not be afraid of like embarrassment, because at the end of the day, nobody is going to remember it. Like if you are daring, just go out, make friends, speak to more people, and you will eventually adapt to it.
So you practice.
Yes.
So it's just okay. Can I speak good English? Speak. All right, thank you. So practice. Then you will encourage your friends who just came over from China to do exactly the same.
Definitely. I do have friends because I think Malaysia is kind of like a soft landing for Chinese students, as I mentioned before. So some of my friends, they are so used to be constantly in their comfort zone. So I think I have a friend, she come over for like, I think a year, more than a year, and she never tried like nasi lemak and roti canai. So every food she eats like Chinese cuisine, and all the friends she makes is like China friends. So you know what's the point of studying abroad if you constantly trying on Chinese food and making China friends, right?
Yes, yes. So have you guys actually observed this group of Chinese students from China? They stick together. Yes. Okay. So it's actually a matter of how we create an environment for them to come out. How do we encourage them, and also perhaps create the awareness of people have gone through the journey. Okay. So then they come to the other end. So you also can, right? So that's interesting. And Kelly, I know that your workshops. So you've gone through that, and then you develop very practical solutions to help Chinese international students to overcome language barrier, and as well as the different mindset of learning. Is that right? So can you share about that with us a little bit?
Yeah, actually, most of PhD students from China, they got their degree and master in China, but in different countries have a different education system. So when they come to Malaysia, then they don't know how to do research. Yeah, even though they don't know how to use the Google Scholar. So we do the workshop for them, teach them how to do research, how to use the tool, how to do find the paper. Yeah, that's a basic skill. Yeah, but actually for them, they don't know how to do that. Yeah.
Do you have any tips or practical ways for them to improve their English?
Actually, for me, 50 years ago when I came to Malaysia, I couldn't speak English in that time. I just record the video and doing the class and go back and listening, practice, yeah, just like this. And make friends with local people. That's important. Yeah.
A merry one, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Okay, well, so I guess being aware of the way the upbringing and also the way even though they finish their high school, if they're doing undergrad here or they're doing PhD, they supposedly know how to do research. So if we put down those assumptions and really find out, okay, what it is actually, what's the roadblock they face, and then maybe, I guess this is what Sarah mentioned just now, is we want to hold their hands in order to not hold their hands later on, right? So, but I think the first step is very, very important. Otherwise, they will always be handicapped. So thank you very much for sharing that. Do you think it's necessary or helpful for Chinese international students to learn Bahasa Melayu? In your opinion? I will ask Alvin first. Do you think yes or no? Not really? Yes.
I don't know how to say about it. because I just, to be frank to say, we have too many languages to learn. Like my assistant is an Indian who helped me to process all my China student documents. It doesn't matter, but I still learn their language. So I was not to force myself to ask a student, you must learn this, our language, mother language. No, it's about to learn respect our culture first. I mean, come this first. So how? So I share a little bit my thought, my event activities when the student, during their opening ceremony, the new intake ceremony is that I tapao, I bungkus all the kueh mueh. I didn't make any nasi lemak. I just make the kueh mueh, all the Chinese, Indian, and Malay foods all together. So after that, I having a interaction section. Ask them, when you see this, which one you prefer? Actually, they give me answer is Malay food. Be frank to say, actually, is that the way how to develop, how to deliver our culture to let them not to be shocked, is to be shocked. So this is my way to conduct all the activities our students. So basically, my China student, they won't have a big barrier. I mean that during that very first 3 months, because after 3 months, basically they are mostly like a Malaysian Chinese already. So I just be frank to saying that the culture come first, understand first, then language only come for second. I mean, this is my way.
Well, that clearly, Alvin, you have not gone through the period that you don't understand what people are talking about and you can't express yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, so good. I would say, in my opinion, when I went to New Zealand for the first time in my whole life, I went abroad. And when I went to New Zealand, many years back, don't ask me how many, New Zealand, people, Kiwis, they speak very strong accent. This is not really English to me at that time. So when there, it was okay, well, my English is okay, But when I went there, much every single sentence my friends, my teachers say to me, I have to ask them repeat at least once. I just could not understand them, and then until at the end I have to, can you just write it down? Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that, Alvin, you maybe you have not gone through that period that you don't understand what people are saying. Seriously, language, that was the biggest. I was so willing to try their field. I was so willing to understand their culture, but if I don't understand the English they are talking about, they're speaking, then I have no way to really interact with them effectively. And so at that period I went through that, I practically I actually have to I went into my rooms and I cried my heart out, and I came out and tried it again. So I think that is really take some courage and then really practice. So language barrier, and I will say that, Kelly, what do you think? Do you think that having probably not fluent in Bahasa Melayu like Herwen, but some Malay, would that help with their transition, or with the beginning of their journey here, settling down? Would that be helpful in your opinion?
Yeah, I always told the Chinese student, at least you should be learn how to order. Yeah, in the mama store. Yeah, nasi lama, kopi o, teh tarik. At least, if you want to enjoy your life in Malaysia, that's important for them.
I think I would say language, it is not so much about how well you pronounce, how fluent you speak. It's more about you really the ability, the possibility to connect with the other human soul. So then that would be the bridge in between you guys. Well, now we're going to move on to our next topic about accommodation. So for Chinese international students, what kind of accommodation do they prefer, and are they happy with the options available to them? And so I will start with, I'll go back to Kelly, because I think she should be in a very good position to answer this question.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, what do you think in your observation?
Yeah, because I met a lot of PhD students, and most of them already married and have kids. So they prefer to find a suite room and the residence for a family, but for short time, yeah, because they all do the research course, only come to 3 months, 4 months, and go back China to research, and come again. So I think the short-term accommodation for them is important, without deposit. Yeah.
Like a 3-month, monthly and quarterly a stay, do you think it is actually a must? All right. How about Alvin?
Well, actually, I do agree almost 100% to Kelly. So it's basically they are actually come for the short term. They are not come for the long term. But our challenges, what I found is that our tendency here is that the giving must be 1 year. I don't know why. I know it's as an owner, because I also have an owner. I'm also owner, so I understand that the tendency of the important. But the thing is that, do we need to do some flexibility for them? Is one of the challenges that we need to overcome. Is that the main problem is that they are working adult. They have their own family, so they also don't want to have extra too much expenses, that something uncertain or something that I didn't use it, I didn't utilize it. So they are asking for some the periodicity of the tenancy. So this is what they found, and then I befriend, and then I speak on my behalf, on my personal, that after I found many places, I think Nook managed by the Purpose House is the best one. I have to say that. I personally say that. Okay. I mean, based on my experience with all the students that they found all the accommodations surrounded, so I think here is the best one. So,
Irving, thank you. Well, I just want to ask, right, Kelly, coming back. So let's say, because both of you are actually talking about those short term, you're talking about more PhD students, right? But I think there's many actually full-time undergraduate students as well. So I think their needs probably be different in terms of tenancy, the length of tenancy. But of course, I think in terms of budget, what is the comfortable range, price range for accommodation, as well as their living expenses? I think that will actually help the universities to decide what type of accommodation to build for them, or off campus to actually to look out for them, right? Yeah, coming back to Kelly, how much are they willing to pay? Let's say for single room or twin share rooms.
Okay, I think it depends on their economy of the family, but normally from 6 ringgit to 100 ringgit. That's the normally range for them. 600 ringgit to 1,000 ringgit.
Okay, 600 to 1,000 per month. Per month.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And how about their living expenses? Sorry, guys. This is my son. He because we're gonna finish the session late and we won't be able to go back through the jam to pick him up. So he's. Oh, apologize. Apologies. Okay. Yes. So, how about living expenses? Are they normally? Do they normally cook? Do they prefer to cook in their accommodation, or they normally go out? And how much are they planning to set aside for living?
I think most of them preferring cook in the residence. Yeah. Most of Chinese students can cook. Cooking. They can find the pasar malam, NSK supermarket so easy. Yeah. So it's better for with full furniture. Yeah, that's better for them. Yeah. Furniture. Yeah.
Furnished. Okay. Yeah, I remember, Zuraini, you mentioned that you welcome your Chinese international students and you just bought groceries, like food, for them. They can cook themselves during the quarantine period. So which means they normally can cook to a certain extent. And how about He Wen? So I know that you are a good cook yourself. Yeah, and so how about can you just share with us, like, the living aspect, and also how much your friends they're willing to spend, or they have the budget?
The living expenses wise, I would say from a undergraduate student perspective, I would say around 1,000 plus minus, but it is really depends on your personal situation, because I have friends, they got like 3,000 ringgit living allowance. That's possible as well, right? So from my own perspective, in terms of like you cooking for your own meal, it's also like varies personally. For me, I do cook, but then sometimes when, during like assignment weeks or exam weeks, you don't really have the mental power. You don't have the energy or the time to prepare food, actually.
Thank you, He Wen. Well, He Wen, coming back to you.
Yes.
What do you think living environment what benefit or what impact living environment will have on students? Good or bad, does living matter in your opinion?
In my personal opinion, I think living environment is a very crucial aspect of my life. Because I'm currently staying in Waterfront Residence, and I feel like Waterfront Residence is so close to Monash campus, and the residence itself kind of offers all the facilities I need, such as like gym, swimming pool, laundry, right? And I feel like living in here somehow makes me more motivated in a way that I can keep up to my daily routine. Imagine if I have to travel to gym, maybe 30 minutes, I wouldn't want to go, right? So, and living in the residence itself kind of motivates me to study more, go to the library and stay focused. Yes, I think it really depends on the facilities that the residents can offer.
He Wen. And moving to the next topic, I'm kind of we kind of actually running behind time. We talk too much. So we want to actually explore, just now we talk about challenges, we talk about the overall, I would say, situation in terms of accommodation in Malaysia, and what kind of support you think. Just now we talk about the first topic, we talk about support and care. What kind of a support and care you think it will be beneficial? Or what kind of support and care that your institution currently providing to especially Chinese international students that really help them, in your opinion? So I come back to Alvin, please.
Okay, so for my side, I have assigned about 5 to 7 students. They are rotated. They are not the fixed person, but mostly they are fixed. I mean, sometimes if this person is not around, so another person will help. So they will become as my left and right-handed person. So they will tell me, okay, what kind of the student they are facing problems. So I will counter from my management and then from the services like that they're facing, the facilities that needed, like the symposium, they want to do all these things. So I will do all this to be simplified for them. I mean, I'm not only doing for China students, because I also do for the Kenya, I also doing for Pakistan as well, Bangladesh of course. But the thing is that the cultural difference is there, but the same thing is there, also still there, is that they're asking for something, activities to be done by the own student, by the student owns. So we need to create something, a very simplified platform for them to do something they want. And then the next one is the activities we're doing is that we are trying to give them a so-called the town hall that is to allow them to speak whatever they want, but of course in the guideline of the sensitivity lah. So means that I mean we try to understand what they want. We also allow them to understand what we want from them. I mean the language, the compulsory of the speaking, the respect. And then most important is that the support that we can give is that concern, care. I mean, we have to do that. No other option. I mean, very imagination, but in fact, we are doing is like when you going to hospital, who's the person you can liaise on? So I'm already have this channel. So I mean for my side, for the CTU, yeah.
Yeah, Alvin, and we have a question from our participant. The question is, what are the must-have amenities or facilities for Chinese international students? So I guess this is in accommodation, eh? Okay, so I will pass to our end user, He-Wen, first. So what are the must-have things that you would like to see in accommodation?
Honestly, I think Waterfront Residence and Nook Residence, which is managed by the Purple House, did an excellent job in providing all the facilities needed by the students. I think what are some of the must-have facilities for Chinese international students will be gym, swimming pool, laundry. I think those are the basic and the most essential.
In facilities, would that be a must, or either inside the unit or like a communal kitchen concept? Do they require to be able to cook?
I think it's really good if like induction stoves, cooking facilities can be offered. For me, I live in Waterfront Residence, so I can do like simple cooking inside the dormitory. But if I want to do like heavy cooking, I will go to the common kitchen in the student lounge.
Okay, so you are saying that the cooking facilities like the induction cooker, it is not a must. It's good to have.
Yes.
In your opinion, but you need gym and swimming pool. New lifestyle. Come on, right? Okay, and of course it's without saying you need a bed and the desk and the chair and wardrobe in your room, right? She didn't mention all that. She mentioned gym and swimming pool straight away. Okay, so if you don't have swimming pool inside your residence, but you have swimming pool on campus, that would do, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, good to know. And I know that Alvin and Kelly, you guys have anything to add? Because you have a lot of inquiries for students, right? So what kind of facilities that must have?
For my side, mostly my student is asking for the privacy unit. So what I found is that they're asking is that if possible, they try to be a single solo in one room, full of the facilities like kitchen stove. But of course, stove is like outside. But as long as they can be cooked, they are allowed to be cooked, and then to have a washing machine, and of course, just a single bed. They were additional by themselves, but this is the basic. They are the main basic. So nothing is that the most important for my side is because my side is that can be traveled by LRT. So they were asking for the LRT nearby.
Transportation, you must go close to public transportation.
Yeah, location.
Location, okay. And Kelly, I know that you handle like 100 students every year personally, right?
I agree with Alvin. For my students, all of them require basic cooking. Cooking noodles, dumplings, that's basic require, yeah. And it's nearby the supermarket, that's better. Yeah. They can easily buy some fruit, vegetables.
Our participants, is there any particular amenities that you have in mind that the panel have not touched on? Okay, no? Okay, cool. We move on. Okay, so I guess we would actually be taking questions. If you can actually just stand up and ask for the mic. But before the Q&A session, I would like to invite a special guest. This gentleman, it is from an institution that deal with a lot of Chinese international students. In fact, in the institution, there are 35% Chinese international students, of 35% of student population. And 5% it is from other countries, and 60% are Malaysian local students. So let's welcome, if you don't mind, okay, Vincent from Xiamen University. Just free and easy. Is anything that you would like to share related to this topic?
Okay. Good evening to everyone. Right, I'm Vincent. So basically, you like it or not, yes, China students actually is being trending for Malaysia higher education market. Okay, because China, because it's rising, is how to call it. And Malaysia, if you join your recruitment team to look for the new leagues or new potential student in Malaysia, you will find it actually is saturated. The whole market actually is saturated. So that is the reason why most of the institution, regardless is IPTA or IPTS, so we are aiming for the international market. So international market-wise, a lot of university actually looking for the China market. Why? Because China market, we have a 1.5 billion compared with our Malaysian population is 30 million. You can see how big the difference. And also, compared with the Southeast Asia, Malaysia, the acceptance level compared with other countries to the China students actually is much more higher than the other country. For example, even though we look at our neighbor country like Singapore, we have quite a big number of the Chinese, okay? But sometimes you would see a lot of conflict or even fighting in between the China citizens and also the local Singaporean Chinese. But in Malaysia, you won't see this thing happen regularly or even often. Okay, so our acceptance level with the China tourists or even students actually is much more higher than the others. So you like it or not, in terms of the economic development and also the sustainability of our higher education, yes, no doubt, we have to get more international students, especially from the China students. So one more thing I would like to emphasize here, okay, China students, because of their culture, okay, most of the candidates, most of the audience here actually born in 1980s, 70s, or even 1990s, okay? But the client that we are meeting, which means the students we are meeting at, actually right now they are the Gen Z, as I believe that discussed earlier. So most of them, the culture is very much different already. I give you a very simple example. You take out the two AA, AA batteries. You show to your China new students. Most of them do not know how to put it properly. You don't laugh. Because you know why? You look at the gadget that we are having right now, you bought it from Lazada, you bought it from Shopee, most of the things is rechargeable device. Am I right? How are you going to recharge it? Just plugging the cable. True or not? Why? Why we experience it? Because we are the key members who handling the COVID-19 isolation during the past 3 years. Okay? And most of our China students, actually, they come back to us. We want to use the oximeter to test the SpO2. Most of them do not know how to use it. That when we provide the battery, double A battery, they say, sorry, sir, your oximeter is not working. Then after that, we say, can you show us how you put the battery? The polarity are the same direction. No jokes. Most of them do not know. Because we cannot blame them. We cannot blame them. Why? Because the gadget now having produced in China, most of them actually are the rechargeable lithium-ion polymer battery. So, most of the time when we're dealing with this kind of young generation or Gen Z, we have to put ourselves into their shoes. I remember when I studied USM engineering campus, all right, thanks to USM. When I was studying engineering, we learned that when we want to produce the user manual, we have to think of our end user must be a dumb, must be an idiot. So we have to teach them how to use it from zeros to heroes. So similarly, how many of us, when we buy the gadget, we really properly read the user manual from page 1 until the last page? No. But the thing is, when you really look at the user manual from the first page until the last page, you will see, this thing you also want to write. Yeah? But the thing is, this is really needful, and then must stand yourself to the consumer, which is the end users, to understand how to use the device or how to use your services properly. So I would like to encourage all the audience today. Yes, the students which we are dealing with right now, they are young, they are from China, and mostly they are from China. Not only from China, they are also from other countries. Because of why we always emphasize on the China, because of the, how to say, new population, and also because of the situation, like I think during 1990s or 1980s, China, they always have the what so-called as what single child policy. Single child policy. So each family only can have not more than 2 child in a one family. So during our time, during our 1980s, the families right now, actually they only have 1 kid. So you can imagine if you have only 1 kid in family, definitely you'll spoon feed them. You give them the best. You give them everything. But the thing is, the sad part is, the kids do not know how to survive when they are first time out from family. We are not like in Malaysia. Most of our Malaysian family, at least we have 2, maybe 3, some of maybe got 4 or 5 or even 6, okay, kids in our. But China, we have a single child policy, so they only have 1, either 1 daughter or 1 son. So most of them are very well pampered because they know that the parents already born in the so-called as the difficulty time. They are from the kampong, they are from the villages, they are from the so-called as a hard work or blue-collar family. But so they want to produce, they want to give the kids the best. So until the kids actually, some of them, or probably I could say is a majority of them, actually quite well pampered. So that is the one we want to deal with them. This is the one our assignment, our coursework have to learn how to deal with the Gen Z, especially we have the large population from the China international students as well. We are handling, thanks to my team as well, we have almost 2,200 China students in our campus. So yes, we also learn a lot from them. We learn how to deal with them. And also for IPTA especially, if possible, try to get someone who can speak Mandarin. Not necessarily must be the Chinese, but if your company HR policy do not have such a restriction, try to get a China citizen Chinese to help this group of students. Why? From our past experience, local Chinese like me, sometimes, yes, we can communicate well with the Chinese students, but we are not get the trust, the utmost same level as what they want to deal with us. They still feel more comfortable and more reliable if they want to have, they have had some difficulty and want to get the solution from the same citizen, that means from the same channel. Yeah, this is what I've experienced. So that's why sometimes we have some difficulty dealing with the difficult parents or difficult students. Sometimes we have another group, so-called as China Students Affairs team, to deal with these specific students. Because sometimes the students feel more comfortable to speak out with the staff who also have the same background with them. This is my advice. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for sharing. Well, Sarah, you're dealing with 2,000 over Chinese international students, and they're all single child. And luckily, the parents don't speak fluent English. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. But anyway, that's just joking. And but thank you very much for sharing. And I think the hiring person having the same background, I think there's pro and con. But definitely, if you can get your students involved, and they can be the buddies, right? And they can actually hold their hands so that we don't need to hold their hands. So I think that's actually, if just any question from the floor. Okay, no more questions. Okay, thank you guys very much. And I think please give a round of applause for our panelists. I think today we are here because we can, and we believe that all students matters. Of course, international students matter. And then we also, essentially, we are together, public university or private institutions, and government bodies, as well as, I think, the vendors or suppliers from private sector. We are here, we are committed to support our students. I would say transit from semi-independent adult to fully independent adult. And we are here to support them to grow into independent, whether they're single child from China or totally pampered, or they're here from a family with many siblings. But we want them to be independent. We want them to actually grow into confident, competent, and also responsible adult. Because when we are older, when we retire, and the world will be taken care of by them. So we will be actually going to where the government or going to hospital or going to anywhere, we will be actually depending on them to take care of us. So we want them to be all that. And then we are setting the environment, the stage for them to, more likely than not, they will turn out all right. And I think as an industry, we work together, and then this is actually just now our gentleman from UITM mentioned that this actually is just the beginning. And we hope that we have a lot of other sessions, upcoming sessions in 2024, and for us to gather, for us to share. Okay, thank you very much, guys.